Test. Hi. Okay, first on my laundry list, is there anyone in here who requested a Vietnamese interpreter? No? Okay. If so, yes? Okay. Okay, so Nee, are you in here looking for an interpreter? Okay. If not, we'll find her because her interpreter is here. But I just wanted to thank you all so much for coming today. We're really excited to have you all. My name is Sam Dotson. I'm a Park Scholar in the class of 2024. I am majoring in business and IT with a minor in statistics, and I am from Marion, North Carolina. We have a quick little change in schedule. I know Eva, our director, was first on your list, but she's running a little late, so we're going to start with our Park Scholar panel. If you could give them a round of applause and welcome them as they come up to the stage. Yes, you can. Alrighty, so I'm gonna give some of their introductions as they're sitting down and getting comfortable. So first we have Liam Dow from the class of 2022. Liam graduated in May of 2021 with a Bachelor of Science in Economics, a minor in Statistics, and a certificate for Business Analytics. He spent his last 3 years of undergrad serving as the Chief Operating Officer of 321 Coffee, a coffee shop and roaster that employs adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Additionally, he has spent time with Feed the Pack and the Sports Analytics Club, and he is currently pursuing a Master of Science in Analytics. Next, we have Shaunus Mercer. Shaunus is a Park Scholar from the class of 2002 with a BS in Business Management and her JD from the University of North Carolina School of Law. After graduating, Shaunus practiced law in a small firm for her first 2 years of practice, then opened her own firm. She served as an attorney for the town of Angier and represented private clients and court-appointed clients on juvenile, criminal, and family law matters. She then served as the Assistant Statewide Juvenile Defender, evaluating the quality of counsel in juvenile court and offering training and technical assistance to attorneys across the state. She returned to private practice to represent her family law clients at Rosen Law Firm for 7 years. In January of 2022, Shaunus accepted a new role managing the client relationship team for Elise Bow Family Law Group based in Seattle, Washington. She enjoys helping her parents as a part of a local inclusive parenting group that provides peer support on a wide range of issues. Next, we have Xavier Primus. Xavier Primus graduated with his bachelor's and master's degree from the Department of Computer Science, where he served as a member of the inaugural class of department ambassadors. At NC State, Xavier was a co-chair for the Park Scholarships class of 2015 Legacy Project, interned with NASA, Fidelity Investments, and contributed to graduate research with the Laboratory for Analytic Sciences. After graduation, he worked at Fidelity Investments as a software engineer while starting his own company and home in Durham, North Carolina. Currently, Xavier works in software consulting, helping nonprofits and small businesses discover elegant solutions for appropriate appeal, utility, and flexibility. Shaylee Shaw from the class of 2022. Shaylee Shaw is a senior Park Scholar from the class of 2022, majoring in chemical engineering and minoring in business administration. Shaylee is originally from Apex, North Carolina. Alongside school, Shaylee is involved in Service Rally as a logistics chair and is also a year-round intern at Parker Lord, a chemical engineering tech company in Cary. Next, we have Ben Zeno from the class of 2022. Ben Zeno is a senior in the College of Natural Resources studying fisheries, wildlife, and conservation biology with a minor in environmental education. During his time at NC State, he has interned as a content creator for the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, Turtle Conservancy, and Three Rivers Land Trust, as well as conducted large mammal field studies with the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences. He is currently an undergraduate research assistant at this museum, where he is the project lead on a study investigating biases in citizen science snake observation data. Ben serves as the co-president of the Herpetology Club at NC State, an organization that prepares members to study reptiles and amphibians and communicates the values of these animals and scientific research to the public. In his free time, you can probably find him in the woods searching for animals to film and feature on his YouTube channel, The Wild Report. So if everyone could give all these folks a big round of applause. Perfect. So how this is going to work is you can just raise your hand, I'll call on you, I'll try to repeat your question, and then they will answer them. So who wants to go first? Yes.
When it comes to housing and Park Scholarship recipients, do you pair Park Scholarship recipients together during their freshman year?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
When it comes to Park Scholarship recipients and residence life, do you pair Park Scholarship recipients to live together as roommates?
Okay, so do we pair Park Scholar recipients to live together?
I don't know how clear this is, but no, usually housing is by whether you're in scholars or you're in a certain program. You apply for housing in certain different areas, but Park Scholarship doesn't designate you to stay together. Sometimes we do, just natural friendships, stuff like that, but it's not mandatory.
I'll add that my freshman year, which was a really long time ago, I'm more like you guys than I am. I'm older, but I actually reached out to the Park Scholarship office to see if I could get a name of potential people who were staying in able to connect me with a couple of different people. And back then we mailed letters to each other over the summer, and we found good connections. And the person that I roomed with my freshman year in college was the maid of honor at my wedding. We just went on a vacation our families went on vacation together. So there's absolutely the opportunity to make lifelong friendships and make those connections. And rooming together is a really good way to start that.
For the rooming process, I think at least when we went option to kind of put down another person that you know that you'd like to room with. And so if you made connections over Park, like finals weekend or sometimes after that, then you can also put down that other Park's name if you'd like to room with them. So.
Alrighty, next question. Yes, sir. Yes, okay, so he wants us to talk about experiences with the PEG, which stands for the Park Enrichment Grant, if y'all didn't know.
So I've done one PEG. We have someone in our class I think has done like 15 or 16. So you can really take advantage of it in a good way. I used my one PEG to study abroad in Prague, Czech Republic over the summer after my freshman year, which was a really great experience.
Yeah, my freshman year I also applied for a PEG, and I knew coming into college that one thing I wanted to pursue was research as an undergraduate, and I had never had experience with that before, and so I was able to use my first PEG to go to Costa Rica for a few weeks and get my feet wet in field research, and it was an amazing experience that would have never been possible without that funding.
Next. Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about some of your unique experiences as a Park Scholar that's translating into success in your life after school?
Okay, being a Park Scholar and translating that success to life after school.
I think that the Park Scholarship, but NC State in general, gives a lot of opportunities for learning how to network. And that's something that, coming from a small town and my parents being from the background that we were from, I didn't have those opportunities naturally. And so learning how to have confidence to interact with professionals and folks who maybe I felt like I didn't have a natural connection with has helped me. I can tell you that every single job that I've gotten has been because of building network connections, and that's something that I think that both the Park Scholarship and NC State in general really provide good opportunities to teach those skills and to give you the opportunity to exercise those skills while you're still at the university level.
I guess I can probably add directly to that. So being in computer science, we have to work with a lot of different perspectives. As you gain different perspectives, you're usually able to build better solutions, basically incorporating everybody's ideas While at NC State, I was able to work with Service Raleigh. I'm not sure if they gave you the spiel on that yet. So there's a big community of service event. Basically, we have this website where there's maybe 100 different places to go volunteer. 2,000 people sign up, and we have to assign them to different volunteering locations. I was able to use my degree with a content management background to basically build this website out so our teams are able to help facilitate everybody in our community more efficiently without everybody having to like nitpick and choose who serves where. But I actually use that same technology right now in my job day to day. So it literally directly translated into me having a career path and enjoying what I do.
Yeah, I guess I can directly add on. Hear me okay? Okay, cool. So I serve as the logistics chair for Service Raleigh. So it's amazing to see that started the whole website and everything
yeah.
started with Xavier. So I think the park has really allowed me to grow on leadership, especially in terms of service, because you know, those two things go hand in hand, and that's allowed me to also apply that in my internship as, you know, an intern that has to also lead and have confidence. So the park and all the opportunities at NC State really set you up to go out of your comfort zone and be okay to lead no matter where you are.
Next question. Hi, yes.
I just have a comment to make. When the parents are talking, is it possible for them just to drop their mask? We can hear their voices, but it's not as easy to understand.
Yes, we can do that. Yes, ma'am, I saw you first.
Could you elaborate on your overseas experience?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
Elaborate on your overseas experience, the kind of experience that you had. How did you get involved in that, and what did that kind of entail?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So studying abroad is something that I really wanted to do when coming to NC State. So I think that NC State and Park really give you the opportunities to empower you to look for the different opportunities that you're looking to gain. So I went to the study abroad office and just kind of asked around and to see what different programs there are. I learned that there are programs hosted by NC State, but also ones that are third party outside of NC State that you can kind of take advantage of. For me, I went through an NC State one just because I wanted to make sure that my credits would transfer. It was a little bit easier, and there was one in Prague, which is where I wanted to go. And so going to those resources, it was really helpful to learn the deadline for applying, you know, what sort of documents I needed, and then connecting with members from the Park program, you kind of figured out, they're very clear about what you need to submit for a PEG to be able to get that funding. So it's really laid out for there if you take the steps to try and learn more about it. Does that answer your question?
Yes, so a question about mentors and parks and internships and research and all of that.
I can speak to this one. So as a park scholar starting out, one thing that you're heavily encouraged to do, you have to do, is select a mentor. And the process is very flexible to where, you know, if you select a mentor and you go out to coffee and it just doesn't work out, you can always change mentors. You're not ever stuck in a relationship like that. But thankfully, the first mentor that I chose, we ended up connecting really well. Dr. Pacifica has been a huge aid to me throughout my entire undergraduate experience. She emails me weekly, literally, with job opportunities in my major, which is pretty incredible. And also on a personal level, I feel like she's there to support me, you know, not just academically, which has been pretty special. It is a relationship that I might not have pursued without the encouragement of the Park program.
I think for me, my mentor, she was really great. And for me, what it kind of manifested itself in was she would help me get into graduate school. She wrote one of my recommendation letters. And so I think with the mentors, it's really what the students decide to make out of it. And so if you create that really great relationship, then you can get a lot out of it in terms of internships, research opportunities, and then, you know, moving forward into job applications or even, you know, grad school applications, that can be really helpful.
just add to that. I really think like my mentor, she was the head of the, the minority education or engineering program. Essentially, she humanized like the whole experience. Like she's went through this difficult journey where maybe underrepresented groups aren't as represented. So to go from having like this perfectionist mentality and being humbled and shown that, you know, everything's not gonna be perfect, there are a bunch of opportunities to get research and do things that are actually applied in your major, was just a wonderful experience that I think is unparalleled in this area, at least.
Yes, ma'am.
Are a lot of these opportunities available for just an NC State student? Again, as there's some exceptions, like the mentorships, the service rally?
Yeah. Are these opportunities available for non-Park students at NC State?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Service Raleigh is definitely open to all students in NC State to join the committee, and anyone from the community can volunteer. And then I encourage every student to make a mentor relationship with some of the professors in their area, or maybe, you know, someone that they're interested in doing research with, because that can guide your undergraduate experience.
The Park Scholarship is amazing at creating those opportunities, but those opportunities are organically available at NC State through structured programs, but also just, I find that in a university setting that like NC State is superior with the professors being open and responsive to students reaching out directly. And being able to take that initiative and form those bonds naturally, I think works really well. I had my formal mentors, but also I changed majors a lot when I was in undergrad. I tried on all sorts of different things, and I always found that when I was changing majors, just reaching out to the head of the department and getting connected with someone in the department was really helpful for me to make those connections. And like everybody else said, those connections were very helpful in taking those next steps in my life.
Say that all those opportunities are available for all students. I just think Park does a really good job on making sure that we learn and educate us on those opportunities. So like for the mentor program, for example, like Park doesn't establish that for us. That's us reaching out to different professors. And so there's really nothing special, I guess, in a sense, other than Park just saying you need to do this. So any student can go out and reach out to a professor and say, hey, I'm looking for a mentor, and professors are going to be very open to that. Same thing with study abroad. There are those study abroad offices, and again, that's not just for Park Scholars. It's just about needing to learn about those opportunities and taking advantage of them. So they're open for everybody and all students.
I'll add, I think it extends even further. So with computer science, even high school students can get internships if they just show up to the department on one of the open house days and just ask. Like it's available for everybody.
Yes, sir.
So everybody knows, like through all these information sessions, there's these tremendous opportunities available right through Park. What surprised you, or what happened that maybe you didn't expect, that you didn't know was going to happen, when you were associated with the program?
What was a surprise when you became a Park Scholar?
So every class goes on a Learning Lab 1 and a Learning Lab 2, which is known. But the surprise, I guess, for our class and every class is the topic of what you're going to be learning about on that Learning Lab. So each year it's so relevant to, you know, the current state. And I think that was a great way to kind of learn more about current things that are going on in the world, and also how you can apply those moving forward.
So I'll say the surprising thing for me started at finalist weekend, and that was realizing that I wasn't the smartest person in the room. And I think, you know, growing up in a small town and having that experience of not being surrounded with so many people that had so many amazing opportunities, that was very humbling. And so the extension of that, though, is learning that it's okay not to be the smartest person in the room, and learning that it's okay to try things and to fail. And that's a lesson I think that is just invaluable. Again, like having that opportunity and having parents that are really supportive to help you through those opportunities and help you to navigate that. I think NC State and Park Scholars do a really good job of giving you that freedom and a safe space to experience that.
I was gonna say, the surprising thing for me was cleaning up for Krispy Kreme Challenge. The most disgusting thing ever, but anyway, honestly, knowing that I'm part of like this humbling group that has a bunch of different perspectives, and you're gonna be part of organizations that you never thought you'd be a part of, and as I said before, I'm gonna keep saying applied, it's like you're doing things with positive impact, and that are actually changing a community around you. Sometimes you don't consider like all your work going to something so constructive, so positive, but honestly here, they set you up with a bunch of amazing people right beside you that share some interest and help you be a better person and help the community be better.
As cheesy and cliche as this may be, I think the most surprising thing is the people. I think when you go to a program like this, you're a little afraid, at least coming into it, that there's going to be a lot of competition. It's going to be hard to, I guess, make friends in those programs, but everybody is super supportive. It's really easy to make friends. They used to say when we were going into it, you're kind of built in with just 40 best friends right off the bat, which is a really cool experience coming to college, especially as a freshman. And then I would also say the staff. I think it's so easy to go and talk to Eva or Sarah whenever you need help or advice on life or job potential or studying abroad or whatnot. Like, they're there all the time to support you, and I don't think that I really believed that going into it, right? Like, they have 100 and some odd students to kind of worry about, but they really care about you as like a person, which is was surprising to me.
I bothered Sarah so much. I sat in her office multiple days.
Perfect. Okay, I think we have time for like 2 more questions. Yes, sir. Experiencing bumps in the road as a Park Scholar.
Phil, no. So personally, I, as she said, thought I was the smartest person in the room for the longest time. I remember taking a class where essentially I didn't know what I was doing for the first time in the longest time, and I took the wrong route out of it. But again, being a Park Scholar, talking to the office and going through the procedures that I had to go through to understand where I failed, what I did wrong, it was more than humbling, and it gave me a path to actually be successful in places where maybe there's uncertainty, maybe there's something that I don't know, how to ask for help at the right time, and so you're successful in the future.
This is kind of like a smaller example, but I am not a chemistry wizard, never have been, never will be, and I had to take organic chemistry, which was a struggle. We got through it, but I cannot tell you how many times I had specific questions, and I knew people in my Park class who did know chemistry, thankfully, and I would either meet with them or text them for help, and there is so much shared knowledge available in our Park class. I mean, I think every one of us does something a little bit different and has a little bit different expertise. And your Park classmates are so willing to help you out in times like that, and so that was really special for me.
Along a similar vein, I am really bad at linear algebra, and I hate it.
I'm really good at it.
Thank you. That's good. Maybe I'll need to connect with you next time. So, yeah, just like that, there you go. I connected with people in my class that kind of helped me get through that experience. At first test, just completely bombed. So. I think that you're just surrounded by so many smart people that you have a lot of connections to. You essentially have built in 39 tutors right there for you, which is great. So.
I totally lied and said we had 2 more questions, but I think that's our time for today. So everyone, please give a round of applause for them. Thank you. Also, if you have more questions that you are not able to ask them, they will be here for the lunch, so you can hang out with them and chat while y'all eat. But now I would like to bring up to the stage the director of the Park Scholarships Program, Ms. Eva Feit. Everyone give her a round of applause. Thank you, guys. Thanks. Killed it. Oh, do you want to hear? Can I use the mics? Yes. Okay. I'll sit down. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. How's everyone? Good. You're on Easy Street. They're the ones in the hot seat, right? You're okay. I hope you're not too nervous. They're doing fine. They're smiling. They look like they were in a good mood. And I'm really sorry that I'm a little behind and we're a little out of order, but I keep telling them and trying to tell myself that never been through a scholarship interview weekend in a pandemic. So thanks for your grace and understanding. I have not yet met everyone here, so let me begin by just saying I am Eva Feit. I'm the director of the Park Scholarships Program, and I'm also a graduate of the Park Scholarships Program. So both with my director hat on and my alum hat on, I want to say congratulations and welcome. And it is very hard for me to believe, but this is my 18th year working with the Park Scholars, and last night at approximately 12:24 a.m. when I was revising these remarks, it occurred to me that that means that my career has reached adulthood. Because right around the time you were bringing new life into the world, I was starting a new job. And so if anybody gets it of how fast the last 18 years have gone, I guess it's the people in the room this morning. So you know your student really well. And I don't know your student yet, but I do know high-achieving college students really well because I've been knowing them as long as you've been knowing your student. And one of the things I have learned that is consistently true about students like yours is that they did not get here alone, that they had an extraordinary support system around them that might have included parents, families, teachers, mentors, principals, community leaders, other people. And I remind them of that they did not get here alone, but I am very mindful of it. And that's part of why it's so important to us to include you all in this weekend. As an educator, I firmly believe that they should be the one to make their college decision because it is their life. And I also believe that they should engage their support system in advice as they make that decision. And that's why we invited you here and why we want to give you the chance to acquire information as you think through the advice that you want to give them. We did invite 112 finalists here, and we did receive more than 2,200 applications. So it was pretty hard to figure out who to bring. And to help us figure that out, there were 2 or 3 NC State alumni who read their application in November, and another 2, 3, or 4 who interviewed them last month, and today they will meet another 3 or 4 folks of the NC State community. And everybody they've met so far, everybody who read their application said, wow, this is a person who exemplifies scholarship, leadership, service, and character. And we know that this last year, 2 years, have been exceptionally difficult for you and for them. Nobody gave you a handbook on how to parent in a pandemic. Nobody gave us one on how to scholarship in a pandemic either. And so again, I just want to reiterate something I said last night. Thank you for doing whatever it is that you have done over these last few years, and in particular to get to this moment today. Whatever sacrifices you might have made to be here this weekend, personally, thank you. So in the next few minutes I have with you, I do want to give you a broad, quick, sweeping overview of the Park Scholarships Program. I will not cover all of it, but I will leave a little time to answer some questions. But good news, there are a lot of other people here too to answer your questions, and of course you were hearing just from experts, people who are in it or who were in it, and you're going to get to hear from other people too, like faculty and parents, the true experts who have literally been in your seat. So you will have a chance to ask others questions, but I will make sure that you have a little time to ask me anything you want to know from me specifically. And I know some of you were not here last night, and I also want to say hello, live stream friends, again. Good morning to families who are joining us from afar. We're glad that you're here too. So in brief, 1996, the Park Foundation created this program. We're not the Park Foundation. They're an independent foundation who does all kinds of good in the world, but the #1 place that they've been supporting is NC State University for the last 26 years. And Roy Park was a very successful 1931 graduate. In fact, you can see his picture right outside this room there. And Mrs. Park, who was the one after he passed, who made the decision to invest here in young people who could make the world a better place. A lot of things you can do if you decide to give away your money, right? They decided to invest in people. And not only in people, but in NC State University. Because Mr. Park always felt like his launch at NC State University took him from a small town farm community in Surrey County, North Carolina, to the successes that he was able to have. And many other people now are joining in and making all of this possible, donating, mentoring, interviewing, volunteering, and so on. It has become an enterprise that the entire university community has really supported. And why? Why and what are our donors paying for? Well, you know that our donors are paying for the cost of education, which is great. Which is great. That in of itself is extraordinary, that we will be offering a 6-figure scholarship to each student. But it is much more than that, as I think you know. Mr. Park always believed that you don't just buy a newspaper or a radio station and then hope it works out, but then you invest in what you're doing to help see it grow, and that's exactly what we do here. We will invest in our investment through leadership training, through intensive service work, so that our students leave here prepared to do service at scale, because they will get very meaningful experience here. They leave here having worked with faculty mentors, having had access to grants to do all of those things that I mentioned last night: research, study abroad, other kinds of independent endeavors. They get to travel together. They get to build that community, so then they know who to ask about snakes or linear algebra or whatever it is. That does not just happen because you give people the same title, but it happens because you create community. So we take them on a retreat in the first year, and we take them on learning labs to study leadership, and they get to plan those things themselves. Our freshmen have chosen to study the topic of foster care in North Carolina later this spring. So they pick the leadership challenge that they think is relevant for them to study, and then we meet with leaders working on whatever that topic is. They get to work with NC State's world-class faculty, and you will meet one of them in a minute and receive that mentoring and that individual support. And so much more. So you can see we are very serious about the work that we are undertaking here, about developing those abilities that your students already have. So it's not just a financial award. And I added this last bit to my remarks last night because I have said most of what I just said before, but I haven't yet said this to parents, but I think that I want to say it out loud explicitly to you this morning. We know, you know without me saying it, that there are not 112 scholarships. They're going to be about 40 this year. So, and I assure you, I wish there were more. I wish there were more. We're working on it. But there won't be more than that this year. So what does that mean? Not all of your students are going to get the park. I want you to know, and this was just touched on in the panel, so you've set this up for me beautifully. I want you to know that so much of what we're talking about is here at NC State, whether or not your student is a park. Students can study abroad. Students can do undergraduate research. Faculty don't say, wait, are you a park? No. They welcome students to be involved in undergraduate research. They welcome them for mentorship. And your students will not be the only smart people around, whether they're in the park program or not, because they're extraordinarily gifted minds here. And I just said this to your students about 45 minutes ago. They need to know that, right? That they will be surrounded by other people of similar caliber, whether they are a park or not. Now, you might think, well, you're just saying that, but ask. Ask the people that you're meeting today who are not directly affiliated with park and see if they back me up, but I know they're going to. And I think that maybe the strongest evidence I can offer for you about this is that your students are going to go to a panel today of current students and alumni. And on that panel will be a person who was a finalist and did not get the park and came to NC State anyway. And we have been doing this for years. And these folks, they stay in touch, and they are willing to come and speak to other finalists and share their NC State experience and talk about why they came anyway, even though it didn't work out the way they hoped after the weekend. So, if your child gets the park, they should know NC State stands on its own anyway. They should know that. But also, the park is pretty great. They should know that too. But if they don't, they should know that NC State stands on its own. And I wanted you all to hear that from me. I think those are all the things that I wanted to share with you. So we have about 5 minutes that I can answer any questions if you would like to ask them of me. The floor is open. Yes.
Question is like, how big like the community, like the student here, like how many thousand students, what is like their percentage of like graduating, art copy, a lot of students coming in. So this criteria to know, and what is the success criteria?
Okay, great. Thank you for the question. Let me make sure I've got it. I think you asked me about how many students are at NC State. Is that right? Okay, and then also about graduation rates and success at NC State or in the Park program or both? In the Park program, yeah. Right. Right. Okay. Okay. So we're talking about the success of the Park Scholars, and when they come, they are pretty good. They are pretty well prepared. And so then how does it go? So the first part of the question about the size of NC State. So there are about 36,000 students at NC State right now. About 10,000 of those are graduate students, and the rest are undergraduates. We are about to grow. So if your student comes here, they will be here at a time of interesting, exciting change in our College of Engineering specifically, but it's going to affect the whole campus. So our legislature here in this state just passed some generous new funding to grow our College of Engineering by 4,000 students over the next few years, 2,000 undergraduates and 2,000 graduates. So by the time your students would graduate, we would be at about 40,000 for our student body. And this, like I said, will not just affect the College of Engineering, but the whole campus in ways that we're all really excited about and looking forward to seeing that growth. So that's our size, which is not the biggest out there, although we are the biggest in North Carolina. Certainly not the smallest out there. So there are pros and cons that come with that, right? It's a big campus. But it is amazing to me, it was amazing to me. I came from a very small town in rural southeastern Virginia when I got this scholarship. And yet, I could walk around campus within 14 days and see people I knew. I mean, right? It's just, there's something about our culture where people are so warm and welcoming, and this has been true for a very long time around here. And I hope you picked up on that yesterday. So even though it's big, you find your communities. For me, that was the marching band. And it was the Park Scholarships program, and there are so many communities here that people can get plugged into. So it makes a bigger place feel small. But the upside to a big place is 3 weeks in when I didn't want to be a computer scientist anymore. Oops. I didn't have to go far at all to be able to study other things like chemistry and like science education that I also really loved because we had world-class programs in those here too. So a big university opens many doors, and that's important for high-achieving students who might think they know what they want to do, and maybe they do and maybe they don't, but they don't have to leave to have world-class opportunities right here on our campus. I'm departing from your question a little and getting into my stump speech, but what can I say? It's all true. Okay, so then the persistence of the Park Scholars. It will not surprise you, but they do exceptionally well. At NC State, many of them graduate as university valedictorians, which is fantastic and exceptionally hard, and yet many of them do that. They pursue multiple degrees, but there are also a lot more measures of success than just those two things, right? GPA, or when did you graduate, or what did you do? But they thrive in many, many other ways and many, many other measures. You asked about graduation specifically, though. And yes, so the Park Scholars, they graduate extremely high rates. Not all of them complete the program, though. So why would someone not complete the Park program? Sometimes life is not how we expected it to be. So sometimes they encounter difficulty that means that their scholarship is not renewed. We do have GPA requirements that we'll share, and the GPA requirements are fairly low, honestly, because, like I said, there's way more to life than a 4.0. So we create space for mistakes, risks, going out and doing a ton of leadership. I just told a freshman, I wrote it on a Post-it for her, that said Park Scholarships, you don't need a 4.0, because she said to me, I want to lead. And so the idea of not getting the highest grades you can because you're going to be strategic about your time is just revolutionary to your students, but we will coach them through things like that. There is more to life. 4.0s are great, don't get me wrong, love them, for the people who want to do that, right? But if she wants to be strategic about learning about revolutionary education methods, which she does, maybe she wants to spend her time in more strategic ways. Maybe it'd be strategic for her to get a 3.7. Anyway, they graduate at very high rates. All right, one more question. I think I went on way too long about that. Thank you for opening all those doors. Okay, fantastic question. So the question is, if they choose to participate in the Honors and Scholars Program, then, and as they're going along, is it easy to meet those requirements while they're also being in the park program? Did I get that right? Okay. So good news, on your schedule, you will be hearing from the director of said program. And so you can ask him a little bit about that later today. But I can tell you that many park scholars choose to participate in those programs and find the offerings complementary and not redundant. And other park scholars find that the time, again, about the strategy, about the time, right? That they're getting a lot of leadership development, other kinds of things through the park program, and they decide not to pursue honors or scholars in favor of some other kind of thing that they want to do. And we are fine with any of that. We don't encourage or discourage. I think it's a great program, and that's part of why we bring them here. We know you're all interested in it too. But it's up to them. A lot of flexibility. Yeah, for sure. I probably have time for one more, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hess. Yes? Okay. The question is, to what extent do students who do not receive the park receive other scholarships from NC State, like departmental scholarships? So that would be a great one to ask the scholarships and financial aid representative who's coming later to speak to you all, Joanna Donovan, because I don't know that in an official way, but she will. The $10,000 scholarship for coming here to this finals weekend, that's $2,500 a year, renewable for 4 years. And some of the colleges provide a match or some component that goes with that. Depends on which college your student is in. So they're using that as a decision rule for some of the other funding that they award. But I don't actually know the answer to your question, and so I will defer to her. You can ask her when she comes. Oh, she's here. There she is. So when you hear from Ms. Donovan later, or do you want to answer that right now, Joanna? Okay, so Ms. Donovan says those who are not selected for the park are indeed very competitive for other university scholarships, and she will elaborate on that when she comes up. Thank you very much. Okay, unfortunately our time has flown, and I want to make sure you get to hear from Dr. Hess and many others today. But if there are more things you wanted to ask me that you didn't get a chance, please feel free to reach out to me by email, or maybe we may be able to intersect later today. We are so glad you are here. Congratulations. And I'm a parent now too, and I just want to say as a fellow parent, tell me what you did. Thank you for creating these candles of light in our world who are going to make it a better place. And have a wonderful day.
Alrighty, so now we're gonna look at more of the park faculty perspective, and I invite Dr. George Hess, Chair of the Park Advisory Committee, Parks Faculty Scholar for the class of 2019, and Professor in the Department of Forestry and Environmental Resources. Please come to the stage. Everyone give him a round of applause. Do you want this? Yes, you can.
It's fine, thank you. And you're going to keep time for me, right? Yes. Okay, great. Hi, as Sam said, my name is George Hess. I'm with Forestry and Environmental Resources. I've been at NC State for longer than I really want to talk about. It's been a long time, and it's been a great ride. I was a computer scientist for a few years before that, like 10 years, so this is kind of a second career for me. I moved into teaching because I really like to do it, and this is a great place to be to do that. I have 2 children, both of whom have graduated from NC State, so I've been in your position. Although they weren't park scholars, they had a great experience here for the most part. There's always bumps in the road. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the 2 roles or 2 kinds of mentors that come with being a park scholar. There's park faculty scholars and there's park mentors. And I've been both of those. So the park faculty scholars are chosen by the park program, and there's 2 of them that are associated with each class. Okay. Actually, for the incoming class, the one that your children are competing for, one has been chosen, Carrie Harwood, who's in religious studies, and the other one is still being sought. So we're still working on that. And these 2 park faculty scholars basically travel with the students through their whole 4-year career at NC State, their whole time in the Park Scholarship Program. From the first year retreat, which is something that is done right before the beginning of their first year at NC State, all the way to the senior gala right after they graduate. Well, actually, that's right before they graduate. And everything in between. There's all sorts of enrichment experiences. And essentially, our job as Park faculty scholars is to help the students navigate those enrichment experiences, which by and large, they design, plan, and execute. And you've heard a little bit about some of them from the student panel. You've heard Learning Lab 1, Learning Lab 2, those sorts of things. Those are the kinds of enrichment experiences that the students build, and we help them with that. So yeah, it all starts with that first year retreat. I've been told that this year we're going back to in-person activities, so we'll probably be back in the Blue Ridge Mountains right before the first year starts. Starting with team building activities, and we first get to meet all of the students, they get to meet us. We start building those relationships right from the very beginning. They do all sorts of really cool stuff, ropes courses, things like that, learn to trust one another, learn to relate to one another, learn about the diversity that they have in their class and how to deal with all of that. It's fantastic. You know, when you read the stuff on the website, it sort of has this dry list of what we do, but you know, in real life, it's just a wonderful opportunity for them and for us as Park faculty mentors. I have to say, I learned a lot from the students that were in my class. They're all just amazing, intelligent, caring, wonderful human beings, and that really helped me grow, probably almost as much as it helped them grow during their 4 years here. The Learning Lab 1, you've heard that mentioned before, and the Learning Lab 2, basically what each class does is they decide what kind of an issue do they want to think about really, really hard and really, really in depth. Learning Lab 1 is a sort of a state level issue, at least focused on at the state level. Learning Lab 2 is more of a national focus. Now that we're going back to in person, hopefully, Learning Lab 1 involves travel within North Carolina, Learning Lab 2 to Washington, D.C. A couple of recent topics that have been picked are healthcare, education, affordable housing, media and elections. These are huge issues, right? My class looked at youth juvenile detention issues in the state of North Carolina and looked at media and the elections at the national level in 2016. So it was really, really interesting. And our job as Park faculty scholars is to help them create the programs that they go on and process what they see and what they hear and do things like that. So it's really great. There's the civic engagement initiatives, which you heard about. There's senior retreat, which is towards their, I'm getting a dry mouth. Is one of those available? It's their last year. I can still get nervous in front of large groups like this. It's like how many years I keep asking myself, is it going to be until it doesn't happen? And I think the answer is it's never going to happen. I'm just comfortable with that at this point. Senior retreat is their senior year. It's like September, Labor Day weekend usually. Back to the Rocky Mountains for 4 days where we process everything that's happened in the last 4 years. It's really, really intense. The students by that point are just so open to sharing, and we know each other fairly well, and you hear things that are heartwarming and heartbreaking, and you laugh and you cry. It's just terrific. And then the gala, sort of the celebration at the very end is just really awesome. Our students in the team I was on with Sarah Ash, at the freshman retreat, we studied a book with them called Hungry Planet, which basically sort of met the excitement that Sarah has. She was a nutritionist in the nutrition program. And I like photography, so this book had pictures of food from all around the world and how people ate. At Senior Gala, they presented us with a cookbook that they made that had pictures of them and the food that they made. So, and we get to cook those every once in a while. So just trying to give you a flavor of the kind of relationships that developed through all of this. So that's the Park faculty scholar. Again, 2, working with the students through the whole 4 years that they're here. Park faculty mentors are more of a one-on-one relationship, and you heard about that a little bit from the student panels as well, where we in the Park program ask each student to go out and find a personal mentor to work with them through their time at the Park. They're looking at for someone there who can help guide them through their time at NC State from the sort of professional relationship, the academic and professional relationship. It's usually someone that's in the field of interest for the student. Okay. So, you know, if they're in forestry and environmental resources, they might look for somebody like me. If they're in engineering and computer science, they might look for someone who's in the computer science faculty. It doesn't always work that way. Sometimes they meet a faculty member through one of their classes that they're like, wow, I really like that person, and I think I can get along with them. And they go after that kind of mentorship relationship. So yeah, they're looking for someone that they can get along with, who they feel comfortable with, who they can have, you know, deep and open conversations with. We in the program require those mentors to meet with the students at least once a semester. They also participate with the student in helping them develop and review something that we call a plan for professional development. I don't think I've heard that word yet this morning. Did I miss that? Because I wasn't here the whole time. Okay, so plan for professional development is something that we ask the scholars to do every year. Basically, it's a structured way of getting them to think about where they want to go and how they want to get there. And they renew that and review that every year. And one of the things as a faculty mentor is you work closely with them to help them develop that. Because the faculty mentors typically have experience in the field they're trying to get into and can help guide them, help them find opportunities, help them find different ways to get involved, research, internships, all the kinds of things that you've been hearing about this morning. Okay. Park faculty scholars, we also have to review that. So, you know, if the class size is 40, we're reviewing at least 20 of those each year. That's what Sarah and I did. We kind of swapped each year whose we were reviewing in depth, but we looked at all of them. And that's also such a cool thing to see through time, how those develop and how those get more and more sophisticated and nuanced and deep through, as the students learn more about their path and where they want to go. So yeah, both wonderful, wonderful experiences. I think I heard the panel say that the faculty mentors isn't something that, like, when you start it, you have to go and finish with the person that you start with. Sometimes you realize it's not going to work out. Sometimes it's personality clashes. Sometimes it's people are too busy at the wrong times and they just don't overlap. Sometimes it's just, I heard somebody say, I changed majors a bunch of times, right? And maybe when you change majors, you want to change mentors to go with the new field. I think that's all I want to say in terms of prepared remarks, and for however long we have, let's take some questions if there are any. Thank you. Sir, in the back.
Did you say that mentor helps develop that professional development program? Is that part of their task, the students to develop that?
Yeah, so the question is, did I say that the mentor was the person who helped them develop their plan for professional development? And the answer is yes. So the student is primarily responsible for developing that. As I mentioned, it's sort of a structured format that guides them through thinking about their path. And they will consult with the Park faculty scholar and their mentor to help develop that and get them through creating that document and updating it each year. Yeah. Yes, please.
Did you review the is that a first semester, first month activity, or what is that?
It typically happens during the first year sometime. Sometimes it drags out because people can't find exactly the right person, but we really like to have them hooked up with somebody by the end of their first year. Yeah, and then keep that going through time. Yep. Yes, please.
Can you elaborate on the development plan? Like, what are some of the specific things that they're working on?
Okay, so Plan for Professional Development has sections for academics. It's kind of like the PARC program itself, right? It's scholarship, character, leadership, service. It's got a section for each one of those. So, you know, what are you doing in the academic world? How do you think you're going to navigate your way through the program, the program that you're involved in? What kind of service are you going to do, and how does that relate to your bigger goals in life? That sort of thing. And then it's got sort of those bigger picture questions like, where do you see yourself in 5 years, right? And that's a really tough question for a lot of people at the age that they come into this program. Heck, I don't know where I see myself in 5 years, you know, and it's changed several times. And I see that in those plans each year. Sometimes it changes. How do you define scholarship? There's just some really interesting sort of philosophical and practical questions in that document. And it's, you know, on my end of it, it's just so fun to watch how those change and develop through time. Did I address your question? Okay, sure. Okay, I'm being told we're out of time. My name again is George Hess. If you Google me at NC State, you can find my email and other ways to contact me. Feel free to reach out if you'd like to ask me anything else. And thank you for your time. Yeah. And congratulations.
Alrighty. Next, we are going to hear from some PARC parents. So I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Keith Felton and Miss Frederica McDaniel, parents of Kobe Felton, PARC Scholar in the class of 2018. Everyone give them a round of applause, please.
I'm looking at everybody, trying to see how stressed you are.
Remember that time, so.
I remember, I guess we should introduce ourselves.
Yeah, okay. So I'm Keith Felton. I'm a graduate of NC State many, many years ago.
And I'm Frederica McDaniel Felton, and I'm a graduate of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
Oh, man. Oh, woo. Oh. No, it's all good.
So how's your senior year going? I remember being here in 2014, and this is great for Keith because he was never here. At the time when our son Kobe applied to the PARC program, we were living in West Africa, and we made the decision to self-nominate for the PARC. Kobe did that, and then when he actually became a finalist, we had to decide whether we're going to fly here or not. And so I said, let's do it. And so we got on the plane and came here to this day, jet-lagged and really tired. And I was full of prayer, like, you know, Lord, just make sure that Kobe is awake for all of this. And but I remember, you know, it like it was yesterday. It was just a wonderful time, and I learned a lot about NC State and a lot about the PARC program. And in my heart, I really wanted this for our son. But I will tell you, Kobe was not sold when we were on that plane coming here. He was not sold on NC State at all. He didn't think he wanted to be in North Carolina. We had lived and moved globally from the time he was third grade on. And so he was really a global citizen. He was doing the IB program. He was possibly considering some schools in Europe, and he was really considering the Ivy League schools. And so he thought, okay, it sounds good. It's in my grandma's home state, I'll go. And he came here, and I tell you, by the time this weekend was over, He wanted NC State. He wanted NC State, he wanted to be a Park Scholar, and he said, even if I don't get it, I want to come to NC State. And so we were so excited because Grandma was 2 hours away and we were gonna be somewhere maybe in Lagos or in the Middle East, we weren't sure, so we were excited about that. And it was just a dream come true when he became a Park Scholar. And the peer group was the thing that made the difference that weekend. Your children are gonna make friends with some wonderful, wonderful students who have all kinds of interests. They're going to inspire each other in ways that you can't imagine. And it will be an absolutely wonderful weekend for you. And I hope you all decide to come to NC State, whether they get it or not.
Yeah, agree. Hope you do decide to come to NC State regardless of whether you're selected for the Park Scholarship. I'm an NC State grad, got a BS in mechanical engineering, and I can say the school has benefited me greatly well. I have had an opportunity, working as an engineer to also participate in 2 companies I worked for on the campus recruiting program. And when I talk to my colleagues at work, they say 2 things stand out to them about the graduates when they come recruiting. One is they're excellent problem solvers. And secondly, they have the ability to work across various departments that integrate things in different departments. And they like that aspect of the students. And one aspect of that is that's been key is that these professors at the universities are teachers. And that was one of the things that Kobe would say to us when he was in the classroom, is that yes, professors are doing research, but they are definitely teaching the class. And the teaching that he got for while he was here was fundamental in terms of him being able to grow as a student, as well as what he's doing now as a graduate student. And so those are things that I found that stuck out for myself as well as my son while he was here at NC State.
I think, you've been hearing about the faculty scholars and some of those programs, and I just want to speak to the excellence of that program for our son, Kobe. During his year, the faculty scholars, I think, were Dr. Bullard and Dr. Fox. And Dr. Bullard, Kobe was in chemical engineering, Dr. Bullard was in chemical engineering, and she just fed him all kinds of information all the time. Kobe, take a look at this. Kobe, take a look at that. And that was absolutely wonderful. After his freshman year, he did, what was it called?
An RAU, the Research Experience for Undergraduate Students.
And that was directly from an email that Dr. Bullard sent him and said, consider applying for this. And he applied for it. He went to North Dakota to the School of the Mines, and he had a wonderful summer, and that just launched great summer experiences for him in the future. One of the things with Dr. Fox, Kobe just had a casual conversation with him about his interest, about the different things he liked, and he said to him, Kobe, why don't you take a design course? And the School of Design is one of the highly ranked, quality departments here, but he never thought about taking a design course, but because Dr. Fox said so, he did it. And we had a conversation with him over Christmas, and he was saying that class has served him so well. He said, my thinking, the way I'm thinking about even my startup, he said so much of it has to do with what I learned in that one design course that Dr. Fox just sort of casually recommended to him. So the network and the conversations and the community are just absolutely invaluable. And that is one of the reasons that I love Park. For me, Park was just an extension, and Eva might not like to hear it this way, but it was an extension of our parenting. You know, there are things you're trying to do with your kids. You know, everybody here, you have children who are academically excellent, and you want them to come to college and continue that. You know, they don't allow the kids to drink, and I didn't want my kid to be drunk every weekend, and so I kind of like that. They had a standard there. It's like, you can't do what we did. I love that. And another thing, that during the freshman year and the sophomore year, they have, you know, very programmatic things that they have them do. And I don't know about you, but I just always wanted my kid to write thank you notes. Write thank you notes. Know how to say thank you to people. Well, guess what they do in the park? They make them write thank you notes. And so I just love that extension of, you know, some of the values that we had as parents. That was really pretty cool.
Hey, Frederica had mentioned, you know, some of the advisors, and I think about Dr. Carbonell. Dr. Carbonell was Kobe's mentor, and every time Kobe would make an appointment with him, and Dr. Carbonell was very, very busy, he said the time with him was like he was the only person he had on his list. That was a level of communication he thought he had. And every time Kobe wanted to he was thinking about making a decision about what he wanted to do once he left school, whether it was graduate school, whether it was, he had an interest in a startup, had an interest in even deciding what he wants to go international, he would talk with Dr. Carbonell, and Dr. Carbonell would give him guidance about how to do that. And those are the things that continually come back and continually to add to his growth. I want to cycle back just a few minutes back to the resources. The items that, for example, someone asked a question earlier about, you know, what happens once you graduate. I found there are great resources. For example, internships are critical, and Kobe did internships every year he was in his summer. Every year he was here, and the faculty members and the mentors are very effective at that. In addition to that, the career planning and placement office here at the school was effective, and that allowed him to be able to get those internships. And so there are significant resources. I think of other things, the entrepreneurial garage. Since he had interest in startups, that was a way in which he could learn about startups and what it was like, what to do. Music. He had an interest in music in high school. There were means in which you can do that. He also, one of the things with the university, it's a strong STEM program, but you get an opportunity to have a broad-based liberal arts education if that's what you're interested in. He had interest in Spanish. He took Spanish classes in high school, and so he minored in Spanish here. He also used that language as he volunteered in some programs within the Triangle area. Service Raleigh. And so when one of the programs where students who were interested in being in an orchestra, whose first language may have been Spanish, who may not have had a resource, he volunteered for that and helped in that program. So there's just an endless level of resources that he found, and I continue to hear about, that he used and was able to learn from while he was here. And the last one I mentioned just in terms of resource would be the access to international fellowships opportunities. I don't know the exact name of the department. I think it's called the Fellowship Development Department here at the university. But Kobe was interested in an international fellowship, and he was able to work with that department to help him put together his application. And ultimately, he was able to be awarded the Marshall Scholarship, which allowed him to be able to go to university in the UK, and he's now studying there in graduate school. So just an endless amount of resources, and we found it helpful for those who were in Park or not, and that's what I say that's available here at the school.
I can't say enough about the Park Scholars themselves. Keith just mentioned the resources that are available. But I remember with Kobe's first internship, the reason he went to the job fair was because there was a Park Scholar, an older Park, as he used to say, there's an older Park, who was running some aspect of student part of that job fair, and she reached out to other Park Scholars and said, I need some help. And so Kobe volunteered to help her. Well, he went to that job fair and he said, oh, I guess I need to put my suit on and come tomorrow, after he did his duty. And that was because he was helping a park. And the parks, they really do help each other. I noticed one of the former students, or maybe one of the current students, said that he thought it would be a competitive environment. I know as a parent, I kind of thought that too. These are elite students, they're gonna compete with each other. I don't know about all the classes, I'm sure Eva can say that, but I can certainly say for Kobe's class, they were so supportive of each other. They cared about each other. They were inspired by each other. Kobe was an environmentalist in his thinking before he came here, but he was always telling me about somebody's doing this with the environment. And so I think even, my habits kind of changed behind listening to what some of the park scholars were doing and thinking in regard to the environment. So they inspire each other, and it's just a wonderful group to be a part of. Just a couple of other stories, and then you can ask us questions. For the weekend, when Kobe came here, he met a lot of people, made a lot of friends, and one of the students reached out to him and said, hey, have you got your roommate yet? And he's like, no, let's room together. And so that student was his first year's roommate. And that student did not become a Park Scholar. He got another really nice scholarship, but he was not a Park Scholar. And then in subsequent years, at least one of Kobe's roommates was always a Park Scholar. So it's just a really wonderful group of kids. We can't sing the praises of the leadership enough. Eva and Sarah are amazing. They answer all your questions. They are strong and powerful, and they know how to deal with this very brilliant group of children. And I just love the program.
Looks like we have about 5-ish minutes for questions, so we can just go ahead and get those started. Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's right, correct.
Kobe.
The question I had was, how have you been supporting him throughout his journey? All of us will, I hate to think about it, drop my daughter off and then have to drive back to the farm where I'm from, and then let the university become an extension of some of our family. How are you supporting Kobe in his experience, kind of letting him become his own man, while also kind of playing your role as a parent and letting that evolve?
So the question was, how did you support Kobe during his time in Park?
When Kobe was 10 years old, I remember saying to him, the first 10 years of your life, we made all the decisions. And then the next 10 years of your life, there's going to be a lot of joint decisions. And then the next 10 years of your life, you get to make all the decisions, and hopefully you're smart enough to invite us into the process. And I can say that.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I mean, like as Frederica said, it's the last 10 years, the post 20 to 30 are his decisions. But the question is, how do you rely on your resources within your family and your broader community? And that's what we try to encourage him to do.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
My question is, I think that most people in this room, at least from my son, his friends, and the people that I know, when kids are high-achieving kids, they put expectations and pressures on themselves that I think a lot of times we don't know. Do you feel that being a Park Scholar adds to that, or does it decrease it? How does being a Park Scholar affect that being a part scholar is like, oh, I have this community, I can relax because I know I can do this and I have people supporting me? Is it that? Or do you see more of, oh, I'm a part scholar, I've got another thing to live up to? I hope that.
I would say that I found with Kobe that the Park Scholarship was very supportive, and even we've talked to him about this several times. And that yes, there is some level of pressure because you have a requirement to make, and Eva mentioned what the GPA requirement is, to continue to stay in the program. But I felt like it was not at the point where he felt a level of pressure where he couldn't succeed. One of the things we always encourage him to do is it's okay to fail or it's okay to fall down, just get back up. And so even as a kid, we say, sometimes he wasn't great at sports, but we would encourage him to just go and play just for the enjoyment of it. And so because of that, I think that's helped. And those are things that I found to be an encouragement for him.
Kobe would take great offense to his father saying he's not great at sports.
I should say not at a professional level. Let's put it that way. Although he's beat me in basketball now, so I can't say too much.
Okay, looks like one more question. Let's see. Yes, sir.
First of all, I'm only going to listen to you for 15 minutes. I feel like I know you forever.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm also a proud graduate of Kobe's department, and those two individuals you talked about, Dr. Carbonell and Lisa Bullard, amazing human beings, amazing professionals. Question I have for you is you talked about Kobe on the plane flight, saying he was adamant, right? He did not want to go to NC State. What was it what was the spark in him that clicked him to say this is it?
This weekend?
Yeah,
The students, the kind of things that they were interested in. We are from North Carolina, and I'm from Trenton, North Carolina, down east, and it's wonderful, but there weren't a lot of people that were interested in the broad-based things that Kobe was necessarily interested in. And when he saw this group of students, he saw that they were globally minded citizens, that they had broad interest, and they were talking about different things that the university had to offer. We had tried to, say that. We had brought him to camps here. He had, done the tour, but it was the student feedback that really made the difference for him.
Thank you so much, everyone. Give a round of applause. Alrighty, it's now time for a break. So, just FYI, restrooms, we have women's over here, I think, and men's over here behind you. Oh, reverse. It's fine, you'll find them, there's signs. And I will see you all back here at 11:10. To invite to the stage, yes, Joanna Donovan, Senior Assistant Director for the Office of Scholarships and Financial Aid. I'll restate. Do you want to sit in a panel chair or do you want to take the mic? Alrighty, you'll just reintroduce yourself. I don't think they heard you.
That's fine. Good morning. As Sarah said, my name is Joanna Donovan. I am in the Office of Scholarships and Financial Aid, and I have the great pleasure of being in charge of scholarships for the university. I work particularly close with the Park program and the Park Scholars. So over the course of 4 years, your students will have grand ideas and great ideas about what they want to do and how they can do it financially, and I typically help them figure out the economics of all of that. In general, I just want you to know that the Park program is distinctive and well respected and is parallel with none other. But as Eva said earlier, there are only 40 spots. So that means there's quite a few of your students in here will not be recipients. And there are a plethora of other scholarship opportunities here at the university, none that parallel the Park, but there are other scholarship opportunities. And as capable, competent, and competitive as your students are, they're very, very competitive for other scholarships. So the Park process of application is specific to the Park. For your students to apply for other university scholarships, I highly encourage them to do it now if they have not. When they got their admissions information and then they've been getting other emails from the undergraduate admissions office, they've included something that says, hey, there's a checklist of things you need to do. And one of the top ones of those is apply for other scholarships. And they should do that now. Because just this week, scholarship committees from around the campus have started to meet and select incoming freshmen for scholarships. I had a dad just ask me, well, what if she gets the Park and she applied for other scholarships and get those? Well, since there is nothing that rivals the Park, if she is selected as a Park Scholar, then we will rescind the other university scholarship and give it to another student. But that's a good thing. You know, that's a really good thing. The one thing we don't want is I don't want your student to wait to find out if they're a Park or not and then apply. Because as time goes on in the scholarship process, as awards are being made, the opportunity for scholarships gets less and less. Our goal is to have all incoming freshmen, all scholarships awarded to them by the middle of March so that we can get their financial aid awards out to them so that they know where they stand economically and should they come to NC State or entertain offers from other schools. So very important. I left a significant number of flyers and my business card out at the reception desk in the lobby. The flyer is about the scholarship portal here at the university. It's called PAC Assist. It's where your student logs in with their Unity ID and password, and they complete a general scholarship application. And then in addition to the essays they answer and some questions that we ask that they answer, we upload all their admissions information, such as their GPA and their county of residence and what high school they went to and what their major's going to be, where they were admitted. We kind of mash all that information together, and that compiles their overall application. And that one general application makes them eligible to be reviewed for any scholarship for which they qualify. So the way to get looked at or considered for a scholarship is to fill out that general application. If you don't fill it out, the student's name will never populate on any scholarship that they're eligible for. So, for example, I give a scholarship for students from Rockingham County. However, if your student doesn't fill out a general application, they're never going to even be put in the review for that. And little scholarships add up. I've had students who have 15 $1,000 or $1,500 or $2,000 scholarships and are coming to school for free. So don't overlook the fact that there are these other opportunities out there. Now, your students are all finalists, and that's a wonderful thing. If they are not selected, all finalists are eligible for a scholarship. The total value of it is $10,000. It's $2,500 a year for 4 years, and it's called the Provost Academic Award. And that comes out of my office, and I'll be the one who, you know, kind of awards that money to your finalist who's not selected. In addition to that, the College of Engineering does a first 2-year scholarship for finalists not selected of $3,000 each. So that's $6,000. So all of a sudden they have, for 4 years, $16,000. And that would be in addition to anything else that they were selected for. Again, really important to have your student ask them if they have applied for general scholarships through the general application in PAC-Assist. If not, suggest they log in and do that as soon as possible. Because as I said, PARC finalists are very competitive for scholarships as long as they've applied and we know they're there. So, you know, you got to put your name out there to be considered. I typically handle the financial aid and scholarships for PARC scholars for the 4 years they're here. If they're going to study abroad or they get an REU or whatever they're going to do, I pretty much know all their names. I post the awards to their accounts and keep track of it for them. So there's always someone here for a PARC scholar to come to talk to in our office. Now, it doesn't have to be me, but I'm particularly familiar with all of the opportunities financially that the PARC scholars can take advantage of, and so I'm a good resource for them. I'm also happy to talk to any other student. And the one thing I want to say about the Office of Scholarships and Financial Aid is that your students have a lot of administrative resources in that department. So they all have a financial aid counselor, whether they're a PARC scholar or not. You can make an appointment, they can make an appointment to talk to their financial aid counselor with any questions they may have. We assign counselors by alpha because we've got 36,000 students. And so we have counselors for financial aid. I also have a team of 5 scholarship counselors that are assigned by alpha. So your student always has somebody to come through. We have just an incredible wealth of knowledge about not just scholarships and financial aid, but all kinds of aspects of the university. And so if your student is at all confused or perplexed at which way to go, they can always, of course, ask the PARC office, but they can also, if it's a financial question, they can come over to our office. They can walk in and see somebody between 8 and 5. They can make an appointment. We can Zoom. They can all look up on the web at the Scholarships and Financial Aid website. There's a link that says, find your counselor, and if you click on it, all of us, all 30 of us are listed in what we do, so they can even direct their question to a specific person. And our phone numbers are even out there, not just our email addresses. So there's lots and lots of opportunities here, lots of resources for your students, and I just highly encourage them to investigate those resources, not just now, but over the 4 years that they're here, because we can give them a lot of direction in finding out what they need to know. Even if I don't know it, I'm kind of like a dog with a bone. It's my bone. I got to figure it out. I'm going to find, I've got to figure out this problem, and I'll find out for them where they need to go, what needs to be done, how it needs to be done. We are very much, all of us in our office are kind of that way. In a way, we're all PARC kind of scholars too, because we're just very dedicated and directional that way. So we are problem solvers. We will help them figure out whatever they need. Oh, okay. So I'm open to take questions, and I will also be here during lunch because I find that a lot of parents have questions that they don't want to ask in this forum, and they want to sit with me at lunch and talk, and so I will be here during lunch, but if anybody has questions now, okay? Uh-huh. That's an excellent question. Okay, so February 15th was our priority date for the general application. It was after that date that scholarship committees started to review for scholarships. It's not a deadline, it's a priority date. So until then, nobody started reviewing for scholarships at the university. And so after the 15th, which was last Tuesday, scholarship committees start getting together in the different colleges and departments and start looking for new freshmen for awards. So if your student hasn't applied yet through PACASYS, they should do so as quickly as they can, because they will get then the maximum benefit of having all of these scholarships that they can still be considered for. But as time goes on, the students are going to get selected, and it will funnel down to where there won't be that many. Great question. One more question. That's a really great question. So the question is, if you get the park and you get other scholarships, can you use those for other things? Students cannot get more money than the cost of attending NC State. So there is a fixed cost that we have to put out every year, and that's the cost of attending here. The park pretty much covers that, but if a student is going to study abroad, it usually costs more money than going to school here. And so their study abroad budget is adjusted, and then if they have outside scholarships, those can count toward that study abroad budget. In general, a student gets a park, and then they also say they're a freshman, they get $10,000 of outside scholarships from their high school. What we will do is we will put all those outside scholarships on the student's account, and then we reduce the park accordingly so that their cost of attendance is completely covered, but they cannot have excess funds. Now, if they decide then to study abroad in the spring semester and their budget goes up, I can add the park scholarship back to the maximum amount that it is. So I keep track of all of that. I have a very extensive spreadsheet with many tabs that I keep track of. In fact, I even keep track of the students who graduated last year, because some of them graduated a little early and they can use their park toward graduate school. So I even keep track of them to make sure they're getting their money in a timely manner and meeting the requirements and stuff like that. So when I say I know all the names. I know Liam, I know Frank, Shali, all the names. Maybe not their faces so much, but I know all the names, and I can probably tell you what their majors are too, and what county they're from, and anyway. So there's resources for you as a parent, there's resources for your students. Please take advantage of them, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask during lunch, or let me know. Email. My card is in the back, and so are the flyers about PACASYS.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alrighty, next up we have Rebecca Osborne and Jenny Mobed from Parents and Family Services. They are students here to talk to you a little bit about what that means, so everyone give them a round of applause, please.
My name is Rebecca. I am a senior here studying psychology, and as she said, I am a parent ally, which basically just means I'm a student working for the Office of Parents and Family Services. And basically just a little bit about what Parents and Family Services is you will hear all about all of these amazing resources available for your student, and as Frederica pointed out earlier, that this is the time in your student's life where kind of everything is on them. We don't necessarily believe that. I can personally say as a student, I don't want that. And I don't think any of your students necessarily wants to be 100% adult right now. That comes with a lot of responsibility. And so the Office of Parents and Family Services really works to engage parents in a way that allows you to become a campus resource for your student. even going back home and you're kind of disconnecting from your student. We don't want that. You push your student to get here. You are a vital part of why your student is here interviewing at Hunt Library today. We honor that. First of all, congratulations on all of your hard work. You've done an amazing job, and we know that throughout their 4 years here, whether they are selected or not, you will continue to support them. And so the Office of Parents and Family Services really enables parents to do that, and we do that in a lot of different ways, and Jenny's going to talk a little bit about how we do that. But ultimately our goal as an office is to allow parents and families to play an active role in their student success here, because you've done it for so long. Why stop now?
My name is Jenny, like Rebecca just mentioned, and I am also one of the student leaders for the Office of Parents and Family Services. I'm a senior here at NC State, and I'm majoring in biology. So yes, our office has a multitude of initiatives to just help keep our PAC parents informed and engaged in the NC State campus. Our main form of communication for our office is our parents helpline, so our parents can either call the helpline or send any emails with any questions or concerns you may have, and anyone in our office will do the best we can to answer those questions, or we'll redirect you to another office or person who can hopefully provide you with an answer. We also have many different forms of social media. We have an Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Periodically throughout the semester, we have these things called Facebook Lives, and we partner with other offices and resources on campus, so you can hear more about all of the resources that NC State has to offer beyond just the scope of our office. We also have e-newsletters that come out a few times a semester that are more broad campus updates, and those go to parents that have opted to receive our emails for our office. We also have many other side initiatives. I could really talk all day about this, and our student leaders really do have a big role in helping out with things like our conversation calendars and parent blogs, so you can hear a student perspective of events that are going on campus and tips and tricks that have worked for us and promoted our success throughout undergraduate years that would hopefully work for your student as well. So that's just like a really brief synopsis. We're open to any questions that you may have.
Yes, does anyone have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
So from your perspective, what's the biggest mistake this group makes?
Oh wow, so the question was, what is the biggest mistake Park Finals parents make?
I can only speak from my own personal experience and everything. I'm not a Park Scholar, but I think the biggest thing for me and my peers that I've talked to is being like, when I talk to my parents, especially around things like mental health or something I'm struggling with, which is a very big topic for I think every single student, no matter what university you go to. And I think the biggest thing is when I'm speaking, it's more of like a judgmental thing back. Most of the time, I just need someone to listen to me and understand where I'm coming from. My parents know me best. They know me probably better than I know myself at some points. And I really just rely on them to be that support that I need. And so I think just listening very open-mindedly. I think a big thing that my parents are doing now that I'm starting to come to the tail end of my university career and becoming like, I think they see me as more of an adult now than they ever have before, which I don't know that I love, but it's the reality of it, is that it's more of a balance between this is what's going on in my life, instead of my parents being like, okay, this is advice. It's kind of a two-way street of, oh, you're dealing with this, I dealt with that, or I'm dealing with that right now. Anxiety and depression and other mental health issues is not something that only a group of 18 to 22-year-olds experience. I know my parents deal with it. I know that everyone deals with it to some extent. And so I think that just really being open with it and just allowing it to be a conversation rather than here's everything that's going on in my life, here's everything that's wrong, and I feel like a burden. I don't feel like a burden, and that's not what it should be. And so it's a piece of advice I guess I can offer.
Yeah, I think that was a great answer. I think it's just important, like Rebecca said, active listening, knowing when to step back. I'm really fortunate that my parents have been like really active in my academic life, high school and college, but there were some moments in college where I was just like I want that independence, you know, I just need some it's time to make those mistakes, figure them out myself, and sometimes that means stepping back as the parent and not jumping in when you have always done that in the past.
I will add one more thing, and I thought about it because someone asked a question earlier about the stress that students put on themselves. it doesn't matter if your student is a Park Scholar or not. That pressure is here. There will always be a student doing something bigger and brighter than what your student is doing, and that is felt. And I think that is really important for parents not to add to that. And so I think for my parents especially, like I have failed a class before, and I got straight A's in high school. I was doing all the things in high school, and I came to college and I made an F. I was destroyed. I put all that pressure onto myself, and my parents saw that I didn't need someone else being disappointed in myself, because I was already doing that enough for everyone. And so they were just being really supportive in that. And I think, I don't know who talked about it earlier with the fact that like, you're not gonna be the smartest person in the room. That is humbling, and it's really hard to accept in certain circumstances. And just so supporting your student through that, championing them through their battles, and just reminding them that they're doing the best that they can. They've come this far for a reason. They've been doing amazing all their life, and that doesn't change because of a grade.
Awesome. Next question. Don't be shy. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, she asked if you could give examples of what parents call in for if no one heard.
That's one of the biggest questions I think we do get is, I was on the phone with a parent yesterday, and they're like, I don't know if you're the person I'm supposed to be talking to. That's what we want. I think you can look at a campus directory, and there are hundreds of departments on this campus. There are hundreds of phone numbers. There are so many people you could go to call. If you call our office, that's what we're here for, is to know those things. And ultimately, that's what we want. We don't want you to go on a wild goose chase to try to find an answer for your child. Your child calls you upset that they failed a class or they're not doing well in some aspect of their life here at NC State. Call our office. We'll be able to point you in the right direction, get you the support that you need in any way. We might not have all the answers, and we certainly will accept that we don't, but we'll try to find you the answers the best way we know how. I think it depends on the time of the semester on what kind of calls we get. We definitely get the phone call a lot of, my child is failing a class, finals are next week, what do we do? Or my child is upset that they're not doing as well as they'd hoped. And so I kind of said, just like we offer that kind of advice and support. If you just don't know what to do, where to go, you're worried about your student, anything like that, you can call our office. We are also happy to be a listening ear. I mean, I love talking to parents. Like, we're usually the ones who answer the phones or the students. And so if you ever just need a student perspective other than your own students, or need some advice from a student, you are also welcome to call our office.
Yeah, NC State is like a big campus, as we all know. So like, I'm the first person to admit that parents will call and I have no clue what the answer is, but we will redirect you to another office. And I like to think about it kind of like our office helps you connect the dots between the resources on campus. So we can kind of get you the information you need, even if we don't have it specifically.
Next question.
So nice, thank you.
I'll keep talking if no one has questions. I love to talk. I will say that NC State truly has taught me how to use the resources on campus. I said I'm a senior. I'm actually a third year, and I'm graduating a year early. NC State has allowed me to do that. My parents really pushed me to do that, and I think that this university helped me see the resources that are available. And no, I'm not a Park Scholar, but I think that if I were they were talking about the amazing opportunities they were given, even if your student is not a Park Scholar, they will have the amazing opportunities. They're not going to be told to find a mentor. I found one, and he has been amazing, but I was never told to find one. I honestly didn't even know it was a thing. It just kind of happened. And I just thought that was amazing. And so I think just supporting your student through this time, it is a very stressful time, and I think you are probably all very stressed as well, with hoping that your student, everything goes well this weekend, and whether or not they're gonna get it or not. But ultimately, whether or not they do, NC State will support them through any of the challenges that they have. There are things on this campus to help support them and to help support you. That is ultimately why the Office of Parents and Family Services exists.
Yeah, I want to emphasize that so much. I'm also not a Park Scholar here, but I'm in the Honors and Scholars College, and I have just felt so supported through my undergraduate years here. I mean, I have so many mentors here, so many connections, so many professors wrote me recommendations for graduate school that I'm going to after this year. So I would just really, really like to emphasize that. Everyone here wants to see you succeed. It's such a supportive, inclusive environment. It's just a great school.
Alrighty, any last burning questions? Yes, sir. Yes, so he asked, as you're almost done, what is the biggest challenges you're facing and how are you receiving support?
I'll start. I think my biggest challenge right now is trying to figure out what I want to do when I graduate. I have no idea. I think I do, but I just really don't. And I think that the biggest support from my parents were, they just like start asking questions. They're like, okay, where do you want to live? What do you want to do? And I was like, well, as long as I don't move back home, that's really all I want right now. And even they were supportive with me moving home if I wanted to as well. But I think the biggest challenge right now is just figuring out what I want to do. This is such a monumental step for me, and I recognize that. And I think the biggest thing my parents are doing for me is they're not stressing that. They're like, yes, you can move and you can get a great job, and you could love it for 6 months and then end up hating it. And my parents are recognizing that. I see my parents, like I said a little bit earlier, my parents are very open with everything that they're going through as well. They'll tell me if they're not loving their job or they had a bad day at work. And I think it normalizes all these things of you have this amazing college experience to set you up for an amazing career. And it might be everything your student is hoping for and more, but it might not. And I think just being realistic with your student, and if they're not loving it, why not change it? You don't, this is a monumental decision. Encourage your student, don't waste your time here. If you're not happy, fix it. That's what this university really does do as well, is it allows you to make those changes. It allows you to figure out exactly what you want to do. And I've changed my mind like 30 times in the 3 years that I've been here, and I think I know what I want to do, but again, I don't know. It might be different 6 months from now. But I think the biggest thing that I've received from my parents is just, they're like, okay, that's cool. You can change it if you want to. My dad changed it because he didn't love what he was doing. And so just being realistic with it and just trying to support me in the fact that it's huge, but it doesn't have to feel that big.
Sure. All right, everyone give them a round of applause. Thank you. All righty. I would like to transition this conversation into campus safety, and I would like to invite two of our NC State police officers, Sergeant DeAugustino and Officer Gibson. Please come to the stage and give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So my name is Carl D'Agostino. I am a sergeant here at North Carolina State University's Police Department. A little bit about me. I'm from New York City. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. Came here about 3 years ago. I was started off my career in law enforcement. Now I was a correction officer on Rikers Island. That was a tough job. Transitioned to the NYPD. I was a patrol officer for a couple of years there, and have been at NC State now for 3 years, working in the crime prevention unit with Officer Gibson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Murray Gibson, and I'm the crime prevention officer here at NC State University. And I've been in law enforcement for a little over 20 years. Probably the majority of that time I worked crime scenes here in Wake County, all over Wake County, and ended up here. I hope this is going to be my final place before retirement from law enforcement. We'll see. Time will tell. But anyway, we wanted to stop by and speak with you briefly and tell you a little bit about our department, and also some things that your students, some services that we offer that your students will be able to take advantage of. So we are, some people don't realize this, but we are a real police department. We have all the powers that the Raleigh Police Department has, but we're completely autonomous. We are NC State University police officers, and that is our jurisdiction. We do have concurrent jurisdiction throughout the city of Raleigh as well, but we don't patrol those areas. We stay on campus. A little bit as far as some things that we want to let the families of potential students and current students know is that what we try and do here is we try and fit our actions to what is going on. And if a student does get in trouble, we actually do have several different ways we can deal with it, and some of that depends on the severity of the incident. But for instance, we do have all the normal powers that a police officer has in terms of writing tickets and arresting people, but we can also, there's a interdisciplinary sanction within the university. And what that allows for some of the more minor things, we prefer to go that route because that way that does not follow the student on after they leave the university. And in most cases, we really do prefer to do that. I want to let everybody know this is something that we're passionate about. This is what the Crime Prevention Unit here at NC State, we do all kinds of safety training programs. And please take a little bit of time to look at the things that we do and the training opportunities that we provide. These are very important because this isn't just about being safe here on NC State University campus. This is about being safe wherever you are for the rest of your life. And the skills that we teach are skills that that student can carry with them. We offer to students, faculty, and staff all the same programs. So for instance, next week, Sergeant D'Agostino is going to be participating in a self-defense course for women. It's called RAD. And he's actually one of the RAD instructors on campus. So we're going to be doing that. And we offer a whole variety of courses, some of which are designed to teach our students and staff how to react when something bad happens. But some of them are also designed to help prevent that, to teach our students about situational awareness and threat assessment. So we're very serious about that. We want this to be a safe campus. We believe it is a safe campus, but we want to keep it that way. And that kind of starts with educational type of things that we provide as a police department.
Alrighty. Does anyone have any questions about campus safety? Yes, sir.
Yeah, first of all, thanks so much for your service.
Thank you.
My family's from the Westchester County.
There you go.
One question I have, a lot of the Park Scholars go international, so what kind of training do you provide for like situational awareness overseas? I mean, do you work with the Park Scholarship Program to help them prepare for those kinds of trips?
So thank you for your question. So our unit can tailor training to individual needs. So if your student was going overseas internationally, a lot of things we can talk about is international fraud and theft, scams of that nature. That's some, we have statistical data we can provide to them, and also just how to be safe overseas. We have like Clery reporting purposes, which Clery is a federal law, and since we are a public university that receives federal funding, we have to our reporting standards are in line with the Clery guidelines. So if your student was to come to us and say, hey, I'm going overseas, just wanted to know about travel safety, international Interpol laws, that's all information that we can provide them at our police department. And whether it's Officer Gibson or myself, we can sit down with them and just go over some concerns that they have at our police department for 10, 15 minutes, whatever questions that they have about just that international safety. Yep, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We know sexual violence and sexual assault continues to be rampant on college campuses. The reported and unreported situation. Can you share with us a little bit about kind of intentional strategies that you all are doing across the campus to help address those issues with reported cases and not reported cases?
Yep. So the university is really good at providing resources outside of police involvement. So our women's counseling centers, our regular counseling centers, they do a really good job at helping women out. Our women's center at Tally Student Union. But from a police perspective, what we do is we know, first of all, underage drinking is going to happen. We kid ourselves and say that it doesn't happen. And we understand that, date rape and things of that nature are just topics that people don't like to talk about, but we're very honest about it. I'm an instructor for rape aggression defense training. It happens. So what we do is, as a unit, Officer Gibson and myself specifically, we go out there and we say, hey, listen, you guys are going to drink. It's going to happen. However, these are some things you need to look out for. If you're going to drink, it always needs to be from a closed container that you provided. Community troughs are not something that we recommend or even endorse. And just to general safety of, you guys have to have a system in place. A lot of sororities, they'll have a designated driver, things of that nature. But these are all things that we endorse, rather than saying that, you can't drink because you're underage, or it's going to happen. So I think what makes our experiences unique is we don't approach it from a law enforcement perspective. We have kind of like drinking games, I guess you could say. If I hand you a red cup, where are you filling it up to with alcohol? I'd fill it up to about here. Well, congratulations, your blood alcohol level will be this after one drink, and we have our beer goggles, things that we can demonstrate. So I think having them see the effects of alcohol that they're ultimately going to experience, or the trainings that they can get from us, self-defense trainings and stuff like that. In our RAD defense programs, a lot of it is you can defend yourself. It might happen. Don't become the victim. Like you're never the victim. Survivors, it's not survivors' fault that these things happen. But just know that you can defend yourself, and that's one thing that we really get through to people. And a lot of the women that go through the classes that we teach say, yeah, I kind of kidded myself in thinking that this couldn't happen, but I do see that statistically speaking, the chances of it are high, and that it could happen to me. So.
And actually, one of the courses that I mentioned to or referred to earlier, we actually do go through a part of that where they talk about, okay, if you're at a party and there are strategies that the students can use to help themselves stay safer on campus, and that's what we want to do. We want to encourage our students to understand some of these possibilities. These are things we don't like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about these things, but there are certain things that the students here on campus can do to help keep themselves safer, and some of these strategies are really pretty simple, but they really do help prevent a lot of these things. And the educational component that we provide, that's what that's all about. We're about prevention, because it's just better for everybody. We're, of course, here to respond to anything that does happen, but we would much rather provide enough information and enough training and enough education that we can prevent a lot of these things from happening. And that's really our goal, especially on the crime prevention unit. That's what we want to do.
Yeah. So one of the lesser, I guess, attended programs that we have is our RAD for Men class, because men are victims of sexual assault. That's another statistic that we like to talk about, because people just kind of believe that it doesn't happen. It does happen. So our safety classes, whether it's male or female or anything in between, however you feel, whatever you feel that you have deficiencies in, we can bring to, we can help you out. So,
and really all the things that we really are trying to incorporate are situational awareness and threat assessment, and those really have nothing to do with male or female. Those are things that are across the board, and it's not just for students, it's for everybody. These are skills we all need to have to help keep ourselves safe. So yes, there's we can offer educational opportunities for everybody, whatever concerns. We do try and kind of tailor it to an individual's or a group's needs when we do that. But yes, we can certainly provide good training for everybody.
Thank you.
One last question.
So my daughter's on campus and she feels like someone's following her or something. How does she get in touch with you guys?
So,
She's not near a security.
security stanchion. So there's numerous ways on campus. Number one would be 911. So if she called 911, we have a 24/7 patrol function in our emergency communication center. We also have a non-emergency number. We do offer safety escorts. What those look like now because of COVID might be a little bit different than what they did in the past, where your daughter could be in a vehicle with an officer and taken to their car or dorm. But now what it looks like more just because of COVID right now is an officer's right there in the area watching her get safely to her vehicle or her dorm. Also, we do have emergency blue light stanchions all around campus. There's over 600 call boxes. And the way they work is there's like a red emergency button on there. When you push that, if your daughter doesn't know where she is, it's okay because they're all GPS coded. So our emergency communication center, which is staffed 24/7, the same as Raleigh PD or the NYPD or whatever, somebody's always going to pick up that phone. So the emergency stanchion call would come in. We would ask immediately, first thing that's important is location and what's going on, and then we would dispatch whatever is needed from there. If she didn't know where she was, it's GPS coded, and those are in elevators, those are in parking decks, those are literal blue lights all around campus. The idea of the blue light system is wherever you are and you see a blue light, you should be able to see another blue light close by. So, yeah.
Everyone give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Y'all did fantastic. Thank you. Y'all have a wonderful day. Alrighty, next, our last one right before lunch. I would like to invite up my mental health ambassadors up to the stage. I have Kennedy Phipps, Nyasha Kodzai, and Sophia Gonzalez, if we could give them a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Kennedy Phipps. I'm a Park Scholar in the class of 2024, and I am a mental health ambassador along with these two. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and we'll talk a little bit about what we do.
Yeah, my name is Nyasha Kodzai. I'm also a Park Scholar in the class of 2024, majoring in industrial design, and I'm also a mental health ambassador.
My name is Sophia. I'm not a Park Scholar, but I am a mental health ambassador. It's my third year in the program, fourth year as a student.
So as mental health ambassadors, we are basically doing a lot of campus outreach. So we will go into classrooms and give presentations and talk about time management, stress management, and then we also present the services that the Counseling Center and Prevention Services offers to students. There are a lot of things that students don't recognize are covered in their tuition. So our job is to make them aware of those things, and then we also do different activities on campus. So we'll host a Puppies and Pizza event where students can come and de-stress, have a piece of pizza, and hang out with some support animals. We'll also do some tabling and tally, talking about body image and awareness. So we just try to make students feel heard and seen and advocate for them as much as we can via their mental health.
So at NC State, we do have a counseling center. It is on the second floor of student health, and our walk-in hours are from 9 to 3 daily, except on Wednesday from 11 to 3. We do have emergency walk-in hours, which are from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. And we also have a phone number, which is on a little pamphlet that we can provide during lunch if you walk up to us with an emergency phone number, which is a 24/7, 365 kind of contact. So basically any time of the year, your student can contact that phone number if they do have an emergency. And so in their first visit, what it will look like, so you do walk in, you fill out the paperwork, you meet briefly with a triage counselor just to kind of lay down what's going on, what you want support for, and then you guys will set up future appointments, or the student will be connected to proper resources.
So a couple of the services that NC State offers through the Counseling Center and Prevention Services, and I won't have time to hit all of them, but there are individual and group counseling meetings that you can set. So with the group, it can be tailored to what your student is maybe struggling with. So maybe it's anxiety, maybe it's depression. So these groups, it may make them feel a little more comfortable instead of doing something in an individual setting. We also have something called drop-in spaces. So these drop-in spaces are tailored to identity. They're tailored to a population that your student may identify with. And they are just kind of social connection groups where students can come in, they can chat with people who have similarities with them. For example, I host Start the Combo. So every week on Tuesday for an hour, we have students come in and we just have a question and we just sit and talk for an hour. We really just want to initiate conversation with students and let them get to know each other while also finding their own personal identity. We also have something called PAC Recovery on campus, and this aids students who face substance use issues, and it walks them through their recovery at whatever point they are at in that. And we also have psychological assessments, we have psychiatric consults, and a plethora of other things. And we would love to chat with you guys more about this during lunch or during our time for questions.
Right. So it is time for, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, yeah, I just wanted to mention real quickly, we do have a program called CARES, which is a campus-wide program that provides support for students in crisis if they're showing worrisome behavior. And this is a referral that students, faculty, and parents can make, so you guys can make referrals for your own student or other students. And so you do make a report after attempts to reach that student haven't been successful or they're still showing concerning behavior after you reach out to them. And so, so after you make this report, you will get a follow-up that the student has been reached, or if the student has not been reached, you will be asked for more information on how to reach that student. And then depending on the urgency, the students will be contacted immediately to request a meeting and kind of help see what's going on and what kind of resources they can get to just help with whatever is going on. And this information that you or other students may share through CARES is confidential, except if it poses a risk to others or themselves.
Alrighty. Does anyone have any questions? We have about 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry I missed that. We're all a little stressed in this room. Did you say puppies and pizza is
I wish that it was. I wish that it was. We do host that on campus though sometimes.
Yes, ma'am.
How many full-time counselors do you have on staff?
That's a great question. Do you know off the top of your head?
I'm not sure, but sure there's a number floating around somewhere.
A lot, yeah. A lot. And I will say it does take a little bit of time to get through that triage process just because there are a lot of students who are in need of some help. And I do just want to reiterate that counseling is not just for students who may currently be facing anxiety and depression. It could be a preparatory thing, so maybe if they just need an outlet, if they need someone to talk to, the counselors are there for that as well. They don't have to be in dire need of anything to see a counselor on campus.
I would like to add on, I would like to add on to that it's, I would personally encourage your student, even if they are not in any form of crisis, to get a baseline with triage. They are more than willing to do that just to see where your kid is, and so your child will know exactly what to do and what they would have to do later on if they were to be in a situation where they would need it.
Absolutely.
Any last burning questions? All right. Well, if everyone will give them a round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And I have a lot of announcements, so bear with me. So, you're done with sitting in here. You get to go eat lunch. It'll be out there at the tables. You can see it right now through the glass. Basically, what's going to happen is you're going to go out there, grab your lunch, and you all have been split into 2 different areas. So the Chancellor's reception room on the 2nd floor has last names A through I. That's the Chancellor's reception room is last names A through I. That's where you can take your lunch and go eat it. For last names J through Z, that is at the State Club restaurant on the 1st floor. And don't worry if it gets mixed up, there's tons of people out there to help you, guide you to where you need to be and whatnot. Important to know that there are parks, park alumni, NC State faculty, current parks, all kinds of things and people here for you to talk to during lunch if you didn't get to ask your question today. So please feel free to go up to them. They'd love to answer your questions. During the last 20 minutes of lunch, that is 12:55 to 1:15, we invite you to come back down here and talk to some more people who are planning to come then who would be really relevant to you for questions. After lunch, you have a few different options of activities you can do. It's all up to y'all. The first one is at 1:15 to 2:15 at the Alumni Center, so here. The University Honors and Scholars Program will be doing a presentation, so if you want to hear more about that, you can stay here from 1:15 to 2:15 to hear about that. If not, you can go to Hunt Library at 1:30 for a campus resource fair on the second floor, so totally up to you. And then there's also a guided tour of Hunt Library for you all from 3:45 to 4:30. All of this information should be with you, right? Yes, okay, you have all, great, okay. And then at 4:30, I invite you all to go to the Skyline Reading Room in Hunt Library to reconnect with your kids and your finalists. They've been through a really crazy day, so it'd be nice to maybe see some familiar faces once again before they go to their spend the night activities. So, everyone good? You're dismissed. Thank you so much, you guys.
Assistant Director of the Honors and Scholars Program, as well as a few current Park Scholars who participate in either the Honors or the Scholars Program. They are going to be sharing some information with you about what the programs entail, the differences, how your child could be involved, and remember that it is optional. They're not required to be in Honors and Scholars if they come to NC State or if they're a Park Scholar. All right, so I will turn it over. Thanks so much, Carolyn.
Hey, you guys. My name is Carolyn Veal. I am one of the assistant directors in the Honors and Scholars program. For the first time, I have to get used to saying Honors and Scholars. Can you? Okay. All right, is that better? Is that, okay, all right, I know. I hate this thing too, I'm sorry. But, okay, I think I'm good, okay? I'm not feverish or anything. But, hi, my name is Carolyn Veal. I'm one of the assistant directors in the Honors and Scholars Program. I have to get used to saying that because for the first time, it is one singular program. For years, we've operated as two separate programs, the University Honors Program and the University Scholars Program. A few years ago, someone had the brilliant idea of like, okay, people are really confused, you know, what's the difference? And then some really smart people started kind of thinking about it, and we finally came up with a singular program, and it's going to start with the class of fall of 2022. So just to let you know, your students, all of your students are Park finalists. So if you are a Park finalist, you are automatically in the program if you so desire to accept our offer of admissions. They should have got their official email notification yesterday saying that they are part of the program. And as Sarah just said, it's not required, but hopefully you'll learn from these amazing students that I have here sharing this stage with me that, you know, it's really worth them taking a long, hard look into it and to see if it's something that they would like to do. I think it's an exciting program that gives students some additional resources outside of Park. A lot of the specialized courses like the honor seminars, which I have a privilege in teaching one. Robert took my class last semester. I hope it was a good experience for him. But I had some really amazing classes that are, a lot of them are taught from an interdisciplinary perspective. So those are one of the things that I think makes us different. Also something called Scholars Forum that I know that they also been engaged in that they can talk about. So in terms of this combined program, just to kind of give you an overview, we looked at both programs, and some of the requirements that were for scholars and some of the requirements that were for honors, we've combined them. So students will still take at least 2 honor seminars during their time here, and then 2 other courses that can either be seminars or advanced courses. Also, they have to take 2 semesters of Scholars Forum, which is down from, I think, the 3 that was required for just scholars. They have to do 3 high-impact experiences, and that could just run the gamut, anything from research to leadership positions. And then there's a culminating digital portfolio, which I think is something that's brand new, but students will kind of just capture their experience from first year until they graduate. And I think whether they're applying to graduate or professional school or going straight into a job market, you know, anything that will kind of allow you to recap your 4 years and just kind of having that present, I think will serve the students well. And finally, which I know something that will not be a problem with your students, is that they have to maintain a 3.25 GPA. But there's so many other exciting things that come along with being a part of the program, like the art type things. We always have this cultural exploration trip in the fall. Next month, we're taking a group of 52 students to Paris for a week to explore the city from top to bottom. So we're really excited about that. It's going to be 4 of us going with them. So again, I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be, we've never lost a student, you know, in terms of one of those cultural in terms of one of those cultural exploration trips. But we've gone everywhere from Prague, Budapest. A few years ago, I took a group, well, me and another colleague, we took students to southern Spain. If any of you guys met Jonina, she was, I think, an alum that was at the lunch. Jonina and I became really close in Spain. But just London, there's 2 study abroad programs that are associated with our program as well. We have a program in Florence and we have another program in Oxford. Haven't had a chance to do the Florence program, but I did do the Oxford program a few years ago. It was amazing. I wasn't a Harry Potter fan until I visited Harry Potter Studios, and I became a huge Harry Potter fan because it was just a majestic place that I was just like, wow, this is great. But again, there's a lot of things, you know, anything from buying tickets to the Durham Performing Arts Center and going to see Wicked and Rent and just doing some bike and brunch to the Museum of Art. There's just a lot of things that we do to engage with students and to keep them busy. But again, singular program happening in fall of 2022. I'm going to turn it over now. I think I've just given you an overview, but if there's any information that you need, feel free to reach out to me by email. But again, all of your students have been admitted, and if they accept our offer, I think they will have an amazing experience, and they do have until May 1st to respond to our offer for admission. So thanks for being here, and congratulations for raising some amazing kids. Y'all just want to introduce yourself and then just.
You want to go first? I'd love to go first. Can I? Sure. Sure. All right. Hi, my name is Robert Coburn. I'm a sophomore, a Park Scholar in the class of 2024. I'm in the Scholars Program. I've currently completed all 3 of my Scholars Forums. They've all been incredibly positive experiences. I've gone to do some really cool things. Probably the highlight of my experience so far, like Dr. Veal mentioned, was going to see Wicked. I'm from Greensboro. I don't know if anybody else is from the area here. Okay, cool. A few people back there. Big Greensboro fan. But we have the Tanger Performing Arts Center, so we completely free of charge for the students. We got tickets. They took us to a really nice brunch, took us to Wicked. It was really great. A few of the other parks in my class came with us. Just a really, really great trip. You also get the opportunity to take honor seminars, of which I've taken a few. Like Dr. Veal said, last semester I had the privilege of being in her class. It was one of the best classes that I've taken at State. I think you get a lot of really interesting perspectives from some incredibly smart people. So happy to be up here and answer any questions that y'all may have.
Hello. My name is Noah Wolf. I already am starting to see some familiar faces in the audience, so maybe you've seen me before. I am a senior Park Scholar, which is why I think Robert looked to me as if I knew the masking policy. But it's okay. I'm a senior and I still don't know what I'm doing. But one of the things that has been wonderful during my time here at State was participating in the Scholars Program. I did the 3 semesters of Scholars Forum, now the 2 semesters, but during that time it was really wonderful to be exposed to all of these different perspectives and kind of experiences of others that I wouldn't have seen otherwise, just kind of in a very math and science intensive degree program. So that was really wonderful, and you know, I don't think I can add too much to the overview that's already been described, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the Scholars experience or anything else like that.
Hi, my name is Adachi Amram. I'm a freshman Park Scholar, so I'm in my 2nd semester of Scholars Forum. And I think the highlight of my experience has been a career connections trip I took to DC. I'm a political science major, so you need that context to understand why I was excited about it. So we went to the Senator Tom Tillis's office. We got to talk to his interns and get some information about law school and stuff. Now, I don't know if I want to be a lawyer. However, that information might be relevant for me. We also got to connect with different Park Scholars that happened to be in the program years prior. We got to see some different Scholars Forum alumni. And we went to like a baseball game. We went to explore the museums and stuff like that. I love the History Museum. I'm a big history fan. What was another thing we did? Oh, we also got to talk to the speechwriter for Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, and Elizabeth Warren. I have a creative writing background, so that I was just fangirling over this lady. She got to tell us about like a think tank that she started as well, a political think tank, and just different connections that we got to do. That's very important in the forum too, the different people that you meet. The networking is very important, so that's very helpful, and I think the biggest thing that I get out of the Scholars Forum too, so yeah.
I guess now we are going to open it up to any questions that you may have. Go ahead. Yeah, being in the program does not guarantee you housing, but I can say this. If you are thinking about coming to NC State, you're really strongly considering coming to NC State, and if you do come, you want to participate in this program, I will go ahead and accept the offer of admissions and indicate that you want to reside in the Honors and Scholars Village. That just kind of puts you at the top of the list. And then if you decide not to do it, you're not penalized for anything. You just let us know as soon as you know, and we'll just, remove you. But because of the popularity of the Honors and Scholars Village, you have to probably be in the program to get a space in the village. But just make sure your housing application is done. You've done the, I think there's maybe something special you have to do to state that you want to be a part of a living, learning community. Say that the Honors and Scholars Village is your top priority. And if you go ahead and do that in a timely manner, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna end up in the village. And it's a really thriving community. It has been for quite some time. When it was just the Honors Village, and it's the same caliber students that live there, and they would do average GPAs. The students in that village had the highest average GPA of any living and learning community on campus. I always say the students there, they're really highly intelligent, very smart, but they also like to have fun too. Our offices are located in that quad area, and there have been a couple of afternoons this week and last week when the weather was nice, and I would walk to my car and they would be out there playing volleyball, out there laying in hammocks. We used to have a bagpipe player that lived there, and he was always playing the bagpipe. But you see students out there playing guitars, jamming on bongos. It's just a really thriving community with a huge social aspect to it as well. Any more questions? Okay, go ahead. Okay, you got it, Robert? Robert has this.
Yeah, I can step up for this one. So I'm assuming that this question is about Scholars Forums and Honors Seminars, I believe. So Scholars Forums are a completion grade class. I believe it's either 1 or 0 credit hours.
Might be 1.
I believe it's 1, yeah. So that is, every week there's gonna be a variety of activities. You have your weekly meeting time, which is traditionally gonna be around an hour and a half once a week, but there's also opportunities outside of that, and you're just looking for 12 events. So once you've hit your 12 event threshold, you've completed the class for the semester, you're good to go. Those events range from anything from the forums, where we've had people like Lindsay Rigg, who founded 321 Coffee, a Park alum, to country music singers, and I guess, to be completely honest with y'all, I do biomedical engineering. Some days I'm very tired of engineering, and it's just really nice to go and sit and listen to something that's not engineering. So I really, really enjoyed my times in the forum. I've thought about taking it again, even though I'm done with my requirements. I just think it's really great to get that interdisciplinary perspective. Your honors seminars are going to be, I guess, more advanced classes. They're going to be for a grade. They're going to be higher credit hours. The one I took with Dr. Veal was a 3 credit hour course on race membership and eugenics. So it's going to be topics that you aren't, I guess, traditionally going to find in a classroom setting, taught by people who are experts on the topic. I've taken that one. I took one on debates from the 16th century to the present. That one went a little over my head, but I was happy to be there. So you get a really wide variety of topics taught by very smart people in more of your traditional classroom setting.
And then also just to add, all of the 3 credit hour HON seminars meet a general education program requirement. Again, in order for those courses to count for your requirement, you have to take them for a grade. But then the other 6 hours, they can be graduate level courses. They can be courses that you do something called an honors contract, and that's when you reach out to your professor, identify yourself as an honors and scholar student, and say you want to complete a contract, and that's something that you and that person negotiate. It may be an extra reading or an extra assignment, but once you complete it at the end of the semester, it's designated that you completed the honors requirement on your transcript. Again, Scholars Forum is, I think the way it's designed, if you show up to class every single week, you will get your 12. But then there's these other events, a lot of other events that happen during the course of the week. It could be anything from like going to see Wicked to brunch and biking to the Museum of Art. But it could be also some of those, I always tell students that something like Wicked is gonna fill up really quickly. But it also may be something like a film about butterflies that's gonna happen at D.H. Hill on a Friday evening. Those type of things probably won't fill up as fast. I mean, there may be a lot of students that are wanting to do something with butterflies on a Friday evening. Well, sometimes it may not be as popular. But so I'm saying that to say there's always gonna be opportunities for you to get to your 12. And once you get to your 12, your requirement is done. I know some students that basically hit their 12 within the first month of school. And if they decide that they don't want to show up to class, they are not penalized because you've satisfied your requirement. But then there are other students that may be in the last week or the last 3 weeks and saying, I need to get 2 more events in. So I always tell students to just pace yourself. But as Robert said, sometimes when you're so heavily into academics and the research and all this stuff, it could be a good little escape to go to Forum and to hear Reese Palmer, a Black female country singer, or to engage with the photographer from National Geographic, or, so again, it just helps you to create that balance. And again, Forum is I think it's non-credit bearing, and it's pass-fail, but in order to successfully complete it, you have to have a satisfactory grade, and you have 2 semesters of Forum to complete. So does that answer your question? Okay, all right. All right, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do know that there are certain groups, and Park has priority registration. Just being a Park will give you priority registration. I don't think being in the Honors and Scholars Program will give you an additional edge. Yeah, Park is higher. Back in the day, when it was just honors, we had a really good, our students got to register a day after grad students, and people were not happy about it. So over the course of time, being in the Honors and Scholars Program, the priority registration status is not great. It's not a reason for being a participant, but I do know that you guys have an advantage. Park finalists do have an advantage in terms of priority registration. And do you know what do you guys get to register around the time of grad students, or?
I think we are relatively soon after grad students. And kind of, I'll add that just heuristically, I've never had a case where there was a course I wanted or needed to get into and really had any trouble being able to register for that.
It's based on the credit hours that you have, like coming in before, sometimes class rank, and also, what was the last name?
They do it by bins. So, sorry. So I believe there's a new system. Take this with a grain of salt. Definitely not an expert in course registration. Probably an expert in procrastinating with it. But they do it by bins pretty much. So everybody's in a different registration bin, and you have your people who get to register before everybody. So that's, I believe, ex-military, people who have waivers, and athletes, grad students. After that, you have the bin with, I believe Parks are in that first bin after that. And within the bin, you kind of get sorted by, I believe, credit hour and things like that. So like Noah said, I've never had an issue getting into a class if I need to get into it. You're going to be in that top bin that you can pretty much be in as a student without having any exterior circumstances like being ex-military or being on one of the D1 athletic programs. So you'll be registering pretty incredibly early. It's a very nice thing to have.
And do you know It does come into effect the second semester that you get here. So not the first one, like you register for classes during the summer, the next one, it comes into effect.
I don't know if anyone in here is an NC State alum, but it beats the system that we had back in the day. I remember standing in line at Reynolds Coliseum only to have the person in front of me get the last space. And then it was the telephone registration where you had to keep dialing. So they don't even know how good they have it. So, one other thing I wanted to mention is that I told you about the study abroad programs. There's also a minor that is housed in the Honors and Scholars program now. It's called Teamwork in Interdisciplinary Biomedical Science. Also, another great thing about that minor is that as an incoming student, if that's something that you're interested in doing, taking on that minor will almost, with the exception, I think, Scholars Forum, will help you almost satisfy all of your requirements for the program. So that's another neat thing too for students that are going to be in the STEM fields or have an interest in biomedical team science, is that we do have that. It's housed in the honors program, and it will help you satisfy, I think, all of your requirements for the program, with the exception of the digital portfolio and Scholars Forum. But I know there's a question in the back. All right. It's the capstone. Right now, it's the 2-semester capstone project, but that's going to change with the new program. Students can still do the capstone. I'm going to be the staff member that oversees the research and scholarship mission of the program, so I'm going to hope students will do the capstone. But the capstone now will fall under high impact. So a student has to do 3 high impact experiences during their life in the program. And doing that 2-semester capstone project will give you 2 towards the 3. So that is how it's going to be categorized now.
What would be other high-impact experiences that would meet that requirement?
You want to talk about that?
So, one of the fantastic things about being a park in the Honors and Scholars program is that a lot of things that you do through the scholarship actually count. So I don't know if they've talked to y'all about learning labs. Every park class goes on 2 of them, one in-state, one out-of-state. I believe both of them can count as high-impact experiences. So that's 2 of your 3 right there, as long as you're willing to actually put in the effort to write about it, which isn't really that much. So I think I don't want y'all to like be intimidated by like the size of the program. It's particularly with park, it's very, very doable.
And also, okay, I'm sorry, but anything like marching band, if you're in leadership positions in certain organizations, it's a lot of things. Do you want to talk?
Other trips, and also if you're majoring in like a major in one college and also a double major in another college, that counts, right, as a high impact? Yeah.
If you
There are a lot of
double
different things.
majors, minors, there's a lot of things that will allow you to get to that. Yes, yes. And honestly, we understand how much students have to do. So anything that we can do to try to have a high degree of overlap so that we can support students, we will definitely try to do. So even if it's something that's not listed, you can go to your Honors and Scholars advisor and petition for it to count. And 9 times out of 10, we won't say no. Go ahead.
There we go. I guess I can take that one. So I took one honor seminar in my freshman year, and it was kind of a unique situation because it was actually one of the more advanced honors seminars. My registration. I would say it's not like, I would say the kind of intellectual difficulty was, well, the difficulty of the course overall wasn't noticeably different than some of my other high-level courses. I would say that the instructors do a really good job of balancing the discussion of like high-level topics with an understanding of you have all of these other courses in your like major degree program, especially in your first couple semesters when you're trying to do these general education requirements. And especially doing it in my first semester, I found the intellectual intensity to be really refreshing, especially compared to some of the really fundamental introductory courses that I had to take otherwise.
I also think that a lot of the class, they vary depending on, they're all are good classes, but I think the level of intensity depends on who's teaching the class. As I designed my course, I thought about my time as an undergrad at NC State, and I was a poor student. I'm just gonna say that. Academics were not my priority. So, but for me as an instructor, I don't know if Robert can attest to this. I don't necessarily, I want students to be engaged, and I have a high level in terms of my expectation, but I try to make it fun and non-threatening. And just, you know, because at the end of the day, it's not, I always tell students, I will give you, you have to try to fail my class. I honestly think so. You have to really try to fail. But again, not every instructor is, I think a lot of the instructors are like me, but I really try to make it fun and engaging. I think most of this, I consider it to be a privilege to be able to teach students. And every day I walk in class saying I have just as much to learn from them as they have to learn from me. And I think for the most part, that is how a lot of the honor seminar instructors operate, because we want it to be a great experience. And students can always go in and look at the grade distributions of professors and just say, you know, almost everybody in her class gets an A, so I think I want to take this class. I see too many C's here, so I don't know if I want to do this, but I don't know if you guys do that. I know a lot of students who do it, but again, I think and when you look at the seminars, the honor seminars, some of them, now the class that you took with Dr. Comstock is probably one of the most challenging classes in terms of just, on the human. I know he did really well in it. So again, the classes are designed to set students up for success and to learn a lot. And I think for the most part, we do a decent job in doing that.
And I think I can briefly add with that kind of extra context around the other classes that even though Dr. Comstock's class was one of the more intensive ones, even there it never felt like, you know, I was always in danger of failing or anything. You know, my instructor was very receptive to, you know, kind of honestly trying to engage with the material, and, you know, that was kind of the main bar to pass in that class, which was not difficult because it was an engaging topic and course.
Yeah, I've taken 2 of them now, and I'm also in a class with Dr. Comstock this semester. All of them, in my experience, have been pretty much courses where, as long as you show up and you've done the required reading and you're willing to participate and like put in an effort, it doesn't always have to be your best effort. A lot of days it wasn't. A lot of days other things are going on. But as long as you're there and willing to put in an effort, I've done well in mine. For me, the biggest difficulty was my first honor seminar, mainly because it was an 8:30 with required participation, which is a terrible combination, but that's what Gradient is for. I'll just drop that right now. Like Dr. Veal said, it's a tool called Gradient. You can see graded distributions for every class. It is wonderful. Students do use it. Gradient and Rate My Professor. Beautiful things.
Robert is being modest. He came in every single day prepared to discuss. So you did, and I can appreciate that. Any more questions? Oh, it's one program now. So it's no longer Honors and Scholars. It's just Honor Scholars. Well, the name probably will change. We don't know, but right now it's just one program. So when you were accepted, you were just accepted to this singular program, and that starts with the fall of 2022's class. So, and again, it's the best of both worlds now. So it's just one program. You don't have to. But when it comes down to like certain requirements, like the high impact, if you choose to do the capstone, which was a part of honors, that will give you, 2 towards the high impact. But if you wanted to do something different, in terms of the leadership opportunities and some of the other trip type things, you could do that as well. So I did a session last Saturday, and the student does not want to do research, and he came up to me at the end saying, "Do I have to do this capstone?" No, you don't. It's an option still, but you do not have to do it. But some students love it and want to do it, and some students just don't. But there will be a lot of things that will help you get to what you need to get to complete the program. Okay, go ahead. Probably not. The Honors and Scholars Village is for honors and scholars students. Again, I don't know what, Dr. Scott O'Leary is the person that oversees that living and learning community. You may want to reach out to him, but just from the information that I have, it's not, the likelihood of you getting in is not high if you are not in the program. Back in the day, you used to have preferred roommates and different things that could help you, but because of the way it's designed now, I think it may be really difficult to get in if you're not in the program. I don't know if you guys know of anything otherwise.
Yeah, I think, actually the question I would ask is there any benefit, I don't know this, is there any benefit if you have a roommate who's in the Honors and Scholars program? Like, would you then be able to both get into the village?
Not anymore. That was the case years ago, but not the case now.
Yeah, I think that's the only exception I might remember.
I would encourage everybody to at least try Honors and Scholars for their first semester. If you don't like it after a semester, you can always drop it. It's not something like you're committing to for your entire time at state. If you do end up dropping it after a semester, they aren't going to kick you out of the Honors and Scholars Village and move you to different housing for the rest of the year. I don't know if that helps, but if you're really set on living in the quad, there are ways to do it.
He's right. I've been one of those ones that wanted to kick students out, though, but they're like, no, you can't do that. We're going to hire a moving company to move them out. But no, but yeah, we won't. If you decide that the program is not for you, we will not remove you from the village. At least that's the plan. Go ahead.
I think in that vein, how many of your fellow Park Scholars in your classes are also in the Honors and Scholars program?
So most of the freshmen, we all were like, we're gonna room together so we can walk to each other's doors. So most of us are in the quad right now. I'm personally in the quad. I'm in, I'm not gonna say it, never mind. But I'm in the quad, so most people freshman year, they go in the quad just to stay near each other, and we're the only ones that we know when we first get to campus, so.
There are also tons of other living and learning communities on campus. I mean, you have the Arts Village, the Entrepreneur Village, the Engineering Village. There's villages everywhere. So again, a lot of students that come into our program just desire to live in another community. I would say, though, if you do come to NC State, you should align yourself with the living and learning community because they're great. They just give you this added. Just like being in the Honors and Scholars Village, there's students that live in the village that have certain privileges that students that are not in the village have. So, but again, there's tons of other living and learning communities. I would just encourage you to have your student explore those other opportunities. I mean, living on campus takes some adjustment because, you go from having your own room, your own bathroom in most cases to just sharing things, but I think it teaches character. At least that's what I tell my kids. It teaches character, and just it also helps you to find the people who are going to probably be your best friends for the rest of your life. So, again, I hope if you guys have lived on campus housing or lived in a village that you have enjoyed it because, again, a lot of thought is put into those communities and really trying to make it a home away from home and just giving students some really great resources and great experiences. Yeah, you can live anywhere, right? Can y'all live off campus as well?
Not freshman year.
Oh, not freshman year? Oh, nobody can live off campus really, right? Yeah, you don't have to live in the Honors and Scholars Village to be in the program. You can live. Absolutely, absolutely. If it's arts or if it's, like I said, engineering village, I think you have to, each village has their own little application that you have to apply.
So there's in the housing portal, there's like a little section for the villages, and you just go through, you list like which ones you're interested in, and then there will be questions based on that. I think pretty much everybody that I've talked to that's been in a village has had a really positive experience. My personal picks, if I'm allowed to say those, would probably be, I think Honors and Scholars is a really good one. The other two that I have experience with and have had friends with are WISE, Women in Science and Engineering, and the Engineering Village. Both of those are also really quality programs. I can't really speak on the other ones because I don't know enough about them, but I've heard good things. I guess to come back to the question over here, I think a good portion of every park class that I've seen while I've been here has lived in the quad. I think in my class, it was probably anywhere from a half to 2/3 of the class lived there. In terms of retention in the program, I believe somewhere between half and 2/3 of us are still in the program in terms of honors and scholars. I think a lot of us have found a lot of value in it. There's going to be a few people every year that drop it. It's not for everybody, but I personally have found a lot of value, and I think a lot of my class has as well.
Okay, go ahead. Mhm. Yeah, I still have to look at it too. There's 6 hours or 2 HON seminars. Oh, do you have it? Oh, it's in there, okay. Okay, good, good. But then the 2 advanced coursework, the 2 semesters of Honors and Scholars Forum, the 3 high impact experiences, the digital portfolio, and the 3.25 or higher GPA. All right, good. Yes, all of your students were sent an email yesterday saying that they are in the program, and they have until May 1st to make the decision. You can go ahead and accept, and it doesn't bind you to anything. But if you accept and then you decide that you're not coming to NC State, or if you're coming to NC State and you don't want the program, you would just let us know. No. On that acceptance form, you can also indicate whether you're interested in the Honors and Scholars Village, and you can indicate it, but you also have to have your housing application, and I think the separate living and learning application on file as well. So just saying yes on our acceptance doesn't guarantee you a space in the village. You have to have that housing piece done as well.
Sorry, this was events on the calendar in the Honors and Scholars Village. I don't believe those are required.
Yeah, they're not required, but like the Scholars Forum, how a lot of the events count towards getting the 12 credits for that forum, you can choose to go to those to make up for those 12 credits. So they're not required. So.
Yeah, in terms of all of the events, I mean, there are going to be tons of events. You just pick and choose what you want to participate in. Again, the magic is that for Scholars Forum, in order to satisfactorily complete it, you have to hit the 12, but you can choose to do that any way you want to do it. And we were having this conversation earlier. There have been some students that love Scholars Forum, and they love all of those alternate events. And I think there have been students, I don't even know what the record is. It's not 30-something events that they've attended over the course of one semester, not their time. I don't know what else they were doing, but they were doing a lot of Scholars Forum events. So there's some students that just enjoy it. And instead of spending time doing research, they love that type of engagement with those enrichment activities, and that's what they choose to do. So, but nothing is required.
And I'll kind of add, somewhat tangentially, I was not one of those students getting 30 or so events a semester. I was one of the students who realized I needed 6 more events near the end of the semester. But even so, there were enough opportunities that it was never really a thing where I was in danger of not fulfilling those requirements. So the kind of wealth of events available is really quite nice.
If you do find yourself hypothetically near the end of the semester, synchronous options, I will put that out there. There's a good list of things like podcasts, movies that you can watch, write little reports on. To clarify, because I don't want to give you all like the wrong impression, this was not me. I was on top of my game. We did have a park in my class do 12 events in 2 days. So take that as you will.
That's very impressive. I think I did like 4 in 1 day, so 12 is impressive.
See, you should appreciate that transparency. It's real, all right?
To clarify, I do not advocate for that. I think you get a lot more out of it if you pick the events that you think are really cool. I have gone to very cool events. The people that wait until the last minute get the asynchronous assignments, which are cool, but like I feel like listening to like a podcast isn't on the same level as like going to see a musical with like really talented actors and actresses, or like getting to hear a live performance from somebody that, like, to be blunt, I never would have gotten the chance to to see without the Scholars Forum. So I think I would much rather you take away that you should do your events earlier in the semester and pick the ones that you like than to be like people that I know and wait till the end.
You still have, of course, the university recognized like summa, magna, and cum laude. But then in terms of graduating from our program, there is a certificate of completion. It's designated on your transcript, and you get this nice medal to wear at graduation. So yeah, you'll have, I always tell students you get bling for graduation, so. I'm going to put this, remind me of your name again? No, in the middle. Noah, okay, Noah Wolf, right. Can I put you on the spot?
Sure.
I just want Noah, he's graduating. You're the only senior here, right? Tell them what you've accomplished since you've been here, Noah. And I think probably the support of just Park, the university, and hopefully honors and scholars. But he's an amazing student, and I want you guys to hear it. So I'm going to be like a mother right now. Go, do it. Tell him. I know, I'm sorry. No, it's so impressive, okay?
Y'all are very kind. What have I accomplished? I just finished applying for graduate school, so I should remember because I wrote it on my CV. Some of the things I've done while I'm here, I've participated in a lot of undergraduate research, both here and at a lot of world-renowned institutions beyond NC State in cutting-edge physics. I have started a nonprofit around air quality. I think they put a slide up about us at the dinner last night. Robert's actually helping us with some stuff right now. Right. He's doing great. I've also won some national recognition for my research in the form of the Goldwater Scholarship and the Astronaut Scholarship. So I'm happy to answer after this event any questions about those things as well. And I think, yeah, broadly, the Park Scholarships Program and the University Scholars and Honors Program were really kind of an important piece of like background framework for me being able to accomplish those things, because I was able to, go and approach, my first research activities with kind of a level of confidence and also like institutional support around those things. And especially like the Scholars Forum for me, there were so many times where I was heads down in research and in these kinds of applications, but I was able to take a step back and kind of, as Robert mentioned earlier, like not do that for an hour and a half, which, you know, at the time I didn't really realize how important. I was like, okay, you know, gotta do my events, gotta get 12. But in retrospect, it was like so critical to be able to, like, to be forced to take that downtime, and that let me perform better overall. Yeah, and you know, I think broadly, like in the program, I learned a lot more about how to think critically about things I don't know about, which it turns out is research.
So again, just saying, all of these students here are amazing. And no, I'm sorry, but Robert can tell you, I don't know students in the class name. The last day of class, I'm still butchering names, so that's just the way I operate, and I apologize. But I mean, all of these students, and hopefully your students too will come to NC State and do some amazing things. Back in the day when I was here as an undergrad, it was just enough. It was impressive that you just got into NC State. You didn't have to really do too much else except for graduate. But now the bar has just been set so high that what these students come here and engage in and do is absolutely amazing. So I would just encourage you to encourage your students to still set the bar high when they come here, and just come here and be highly engaged. The resources are only as good as if you take advantage of them, so just have them to remember that. But again, you can come here and do some amazing things, and just, you know, 4 years can dictate the rest of your life in terms of what you choose to do. So just encourage them just to come here and just do their absolute best, and just take full advantage of everything that this amazing institution has to offer, as well as this amazing program.
Yeah, that's actually a great question, and it's one of my favorite things about NC State, frankly, which is that it's not difficult. You know, I think it helps being a Park finalist or a Park Scholar or part of the Honors and Scholars program. It helps you get your foot in the door like a little more, but in general at NC State, many of the professors I've interacted and talked with, both within the physics department and beyond it, are really amenable to, you know, doing research with undergraduates. And I think specifically, they're very amenable to, you know, sending an email saying, you don't know me, I'm really interested in your work, here's some of what I've done before, can I work in your lab? And that's how I started all of my research here at NC State, and that's what spun out into, you know, all kinds of other research beyond that. So it's really easy, I think, at NC State to kind of get that first step towards research, and then, you know, you're off and running. Does that answer your question? Okay. Of course.
I can also speak on that a bit. I had a, I guess, unique experience getting research started because of COVID. As a sophomore in the class of 2024, my pretty much whole first year was under NC State COVID guidelines. And Park was actually really instrumental for getting a position in the lab my freshman year. With the COVID guidelines, you could only go into research labs in person if you could provide your own funding, or if you're taking classes for credit, which obviously isn't really an option for freshmen. Research for credit is pretty much reserved for pretty much sophomores and above. So because of that, I felt very unconfident in my ability to get research. But like Noah said, really just emailing professors. There's so many people that are receptive. And I don't know if they've talked to y'all about Park enrichment grants at all, but I was able to use one of those to actually secure funding for my housing for the summer, which allowed me to go into the lab in person. So the professors are super open, Park's super helpful. There's a lot of gateways. I know a lot of people get research through like their Park faculty mentors or things like that. So I think I would agree with Noah that I think one of the huge benefits about NC State is just the openness and availability of research. People are doing so many cool things here. We have so many world-renowned professors. It's a real privilege to be here.
I'm sure that, I don't know, do you have another session, or I don't know what the schedule is for you guys, but okay, I think Sarah's coming through, so.
Thank y'all so much for coming. We have a couple of additional optional events over at the Hunt Library, so if you would like to go over and take a tour of the Hunt Library, there will be a tour available later this afternoon that's on your program. There's also a campus resource fair, so if you're interested in stopping over there, that's on the second floor of the Hunt Library, and that's happening right now, so you can visit with some other departments on campus to hear about what they have to offer. And then there will be a reception for you up in the Skyline Reading Room, so that's the top floor of the Hunt Library, where there will be some drinks and hors d'oeuvres and things for you to enjoy before you meet back up with your candidate. So thank you so much for joining us today, and hope you have a great afternoon.